Evening, Proline TV fans, or I should say Proline TV viewers, big-time sports fans. You must be if you're checking us out here on our channel, which has a lot to do not only with handicapping, but fantasy sports and general sports content from veteran sports broadcasters and professionals, just in general, as far as the industry is concerned. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, tonight as well, depending on how you celebrate. Friday, hey, it's a 4-day weekend, sometimes 5. It's one of those weeks that I consider the best weeks among in any calendar year. So it's awesome. I also love it because it signifies a definite change in the weather, which is a big deal for me. I get to enjoy that a lot more and have in the last 10 or 15 years when I moved to North Carolina, Western Carolina, by the way, which is a big difference from Eastern Carolina. So that's the deal for me. I hope everybody out there is having a good time. We're going to talk about college football in depth. There's no other programming to follow here at Proline TV. So who knows how long we're going to go. I'll do my best to analyze the games, the playoff scenarios. We've got our rankings coming up. We'll compare those to the actual rankings that unfortunately matter, and turn our attention then to the NFL, which really does kick off the week. I know, of course, that Mac likes to kick off every week, or at least they have in the past month with the Tuesday night games. And hey, for the first time, as far as I can recall, there was a pretty important Tuesday night game in the MAC in college football. And that took place just yesterday with Western Michigan's big win, which put them into the MAC championship game. How about that? And Western Michigan was actually, what did we have Western Michigan at? I don't even know. Honestly, I have no idea where I put this stuff. I know one of the things I want to do, and we'll do it soon. Maybe this is a good week to do it, is I want to put together a sort of like a look back. Maybe I'll even pop in some clips from our season preview shows when we went through our predictions. Because I think that matters. I mean, the predictions, we do them not just to waste time, but I think it's good for all of us in the industry and also for you guys, so you can see whether or not we know what we're talking about, especially when we went over all of the conferences in college football when the season began. We had our top long shots, our top sleepers, our picks. Boy, we had some good ones and we had some bad ones. But for the most part, I think we did a solid job. I think the MAC is definitely a good illustration of that because Western Michigan, I believe they were a long shot for us. They were either a long shot or a sleeper. I can't remember. So excellent to see them in there. And of course, if you've been with us all season, you know that to be the case. But that was the big one that starts off the week, or at least the first big one that starts off the week. Western Michigan is in the MAC championship game. So we'll talk about who will be playing Western Michigan. We go over all the scenarios. I've got all the information that you want regarding scenarios for each conference in college football. This way you do not have to do all the legwork yourself. And that's the whole idea, right? I know that at least that's what we try to do here on the channel is, we've got Mark and Jim and Andy and Victor, and these guys are the handicapping experts. These guys do it for a living. These guys have made a lot of money doing this for a living because they know what they're talking about. My job is to inform you as best as I can and as we can here as a channel with everything else associated with the game. Football, specifically NFL, college. Just like I said, go over the scenarios. This way if we say it here, then we mean it, and it's true. I was looking at, I think it was Sunday. I was taking a look at some of the scenarios around college football for each conference and trying to do my research. And I was trying to do it early because that's what if I do a Tuesday show, and I know we didn't do it this week, but if I do a Tuesday show, I got to start on Sunday night. I got to get things in. And so I was looking for information regarding the scenarios because it was 24 hours. You got to have, hey, Sun Belt Conference, MAC, Conference USA, even those conferences. I mean, don't they have like one popular writer somewhere on some site that within a few hours can just type in and push a story out there to the masses that say, hey, if so-and-so beat so-and-so, they're in. Here are the other teams that are still in it for each division, for the entire conference. And man, I got mixed results. And it was so, I guess, typical. That's one thing that a lot of people I still are fighting against is the understanding that they're going to have of it's just because it's said on the internet. And nowadays, it's not just the internet. It's everywhere. Papers, networks. You have to back up the information. And I was looking at so many conflict. Oh, this team's in if they do this. And then 2 lines later, it's like almost the opposite. And I'm like, well, make up your mind. And sure enough, I just decided, you know what? After going through all, I was like, I can't trust. I just can't. I'm going to have to wait. That's why I needed the extra day. We're doing this on Wednesday night. And now I have all the information. I was able to get it from the top sources. I was hoping that I didn't have to wait for like an ESPN to give me the information. But it is what it is. I know this for a fact, though, and that is that not everything needs to go through ESPN. And I hope that we're a good example of that. Let's get started. Okay, so what did we learn from last week in college football? Because last week was the first big week of, you can call it, I know this week is championship. I know next week is championship week. This week is rivalry week. It used to be years ago that rivalry week really meant it, meaning that 95% of the rivalries were all in one week. You had USC, UCLA, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Auburn. You had USC, UCLA. Did I already say that? You had Harvard, Yale. I mean, you had all of them in the same weekend, same Saturday, because there was no Friday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday stuff. I think the only one that might not have been there might have been Navy Army, maybe, and maybe another one. And then it got to a point where there wasn't enough network coverage for all of these rivalries, so you had to miss a few of them. And I couldn't take it. It was like, come on, man, I can't even see, like, especially if you're on the East Coast, forget the opportunity to see a USC UCLA game. No way. Then it just became, well, now the networks are starting to pile up, and we're able to schedule these games on a Thursday and a Friday and a Saturday, and then it makes it a lot easier. And now we don't miss any of the rivalries, and that's really a pretty awesome thing, no doubt. I still kind of wish it was all in the same week. I think you have enough days and enough networks we can put them all in the same week. I mean, last week we had some rivalry games already. Cal Stanford is a big one out in the West. And there were a few others. So we don't have to go through them all, but there was some rivalry, Harvard, Yale. There were some pretty decent rivalry games last week. But this is still the big rivalry week, and especially on Saturday. So, but what I learned more than anything, it wasn't like I learned it. I mean, I knew this, but it was a kind of a reminder that, and it's a term that we use all the time in football. And sometimes sometimes you forget about it because you're not zeroing in on it. You got so many different angles that you're analyzing games now during the full season that it's like one of those things that just is so easy to know that it just goes over your head sometimes and you just don't even think about it. And that is that defense wins championships. That's the deal. We all know that. We have to be reminded of that. And that's what happened again last weekend. And I think that's if you're trying to figure out this weekend, specific games, big games, rivalry games especially, but just big games, good teams, just always remember that. Go into the playoffs with that in mind. Example, Georgia Tech, Pitt. I mean, I could not be more disappointed in a team and a game than I was in Georgia Tech. Here's a program that, I mean, I have no affiliation with Georgia Tech 3 years ago when Key took over. He had Haynes King come over. And I remember when Haynes played for Texas A&M, and he just, it was like, this guy's a 5-star? I mean, what are you kidding me? And it was almost like, why are you playing this guy? This guy's no good. And all of a sudden you realized he was gone. Oh, good. He's never going to succeed at Texas A&M. I mean, no way. I mean, that's a 5-star. So he lands at Georgia Tech, and you could tell right away that, wait a second, this is the guy that they thought they were getting all along that they didn't get. Maybe, or maybe it was that Texas A&M was trying to make Haynes King into something he wasn't. Because really, in the SEC, it's hard to play that type of ball. It's just a better version of the triple option. A Haynes King offense is that just a better version of that, meaning that Haynes King cannot be successful unless he runs the football. Now, he's more than capable of throwing the football as well. He's not just one-dimensional. He could just run. His accuracy is awful, and he's never going to make it in the NFL. That's no way. No, not that I think Haynes King's going to make it in the NFL anyway, but the point is that maybe that's possible. I'm not an Aggie. If there's Aggie fans out there that remember Haynes King in his first season and why it didn't work, please leave a comment. You can leave it live or on demand. I really appreciate that. We have a really good Texas A&M analyst, Olin Buchanan, who's with us every season to preview the season. And trust me, I know these guys are really busy. Kevin Noon did a fantastic job last season for us, covering the Buckeyes as he has been for a long time. And he's been like our official Ohio State analyst for several seasons. And he was with us every step of the way. I think he was on like 5 straight weeks with us. And I thought that was awesome. He didn't have to be, he was, and that was great. My point is that I'm going to try to get on as many of my contacts as possible, like Olin Buchanan, like Kevin Noon. And look, if these guys can't make it, I get it. It's busy. They've got a lot of other new emails coming in, interview requests from places that probably have a lot more traffic than we do. And they're trying to branch out not only to places with a lot of traffic, but new places to, market their own channel. So I completely get that, but we're going to do our best to bring these guys in the entire playoff run. And even before that, starting next week. So we got championship weekend next weekend. And I just wondered too about championship weekend and how much longer that's going to last. I don't think it's changing anytime soon because of the amount of money that is put into championship weekend. But you do wonder at some point, like what would happen if Alabama and they have a great chance of being in the championship game. So let's say they're in the SEC championship game and they lose it, and now they've got 3 losses. What happens to Alabama? Now, some people might say, well, they're the top conference, one of the top 2 conferences in college football, and they're in the championship game. That's it. I know there's not a rule, but that's it. They're in the playoffs. It's too bad for team number 10 or whatever. And I say team number 10 because 11 and 12 are automatic. Basically, you got the ACC in the group of 5. Hey, too bad. Or you look at it as, well, look, if you're that good, you should have won the game. And you should have realized with 2 losses that if you lost the game that you weren't going to be in the playoffs likely, because 3 lost teams, maybe they shouldn't be in the playoffs. So my point there is that what it's going to take? Maybe a couple of years of big programs like an Alabama or a Michigan, Ohio State, and so forth, where they lose the championship game, and and because of that, they don't go to the playoffs. Whereas if they do not play in the championship game, they're definitely going to the playoffs. So that's the thing that, and look, I think the one thing that'll rectify all that a lot easier is just adding more teams. And I know I already talked about it's not going to happen next season. Shame on these guys again. How can they not come to an agreement? It's a very simple deal. Look, if you really want to go back and forth on whatever system you want to finally come up with for a 10-year deal for the new college football playoff format, fine, go through that. But we all know, it's just obvious. We knew it from the day this 12-team playoff came in that we were going to get 16. We all knew it. It's going to happen. So why not just say, okay, we don't know what we're going to do, but let's just go to 16 and then we'll work on it. But they can't even do that. I mean, if you look at the team, let me pop up the teams right now that are outside the top 12. Let's see. All right. Not a lot of change since last week because nobody lost. All right. So keeping in mind, okay, that, see, this is the really screwed up thing. Miami, there's 12 teams, of course, in the tournament. Miami is the top ACC ranked team. Yet, Miami's got the 5th best chance of getting to the championship game of the ACC. Meaning, they're probably not going to get there. And yet, they're the team that is ranked ahead of every other ACC team. So we got to go all the way down to Virginia at 18 for an ACC team. All right. So, say Virginia might be the representative at 11, and then maybe 12 happens to be the group of 5, and we got to go all the way down to Tulane to 24. What is it with 24? This is just more proof of how ridiculous these rankings can be from these guys, because it's like every week it's 24. How is it not 20 one week, 22 the other week, 23, 24? It's like 24, 24, 24, 24. So, and it's not always Tulane, and it was Memphis and South Florida, and come on. So here's Tulane, 24, and let's say Virginia, 18, and if they went out, they're 11 and 12. Okay. So that means no BYU, no Miami, no Utah, no Vanderbilt. Let's just we'll talk Texas in there, South Carolina. My point is that if we go to 16, you're going to tell me that Miami, Utah, Vanderbilt, Texas, USC can't win 2 or 3 games, go on a nice little run in the playoffs? Of course they can. There is no major difference between Texas and Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon. Now you can say that these teams are better, and they are. But does anybody believe that if they play in a playoff game that Texas wouldn't have a legitimate chance to win? And matter of fact, the odds would be 1 score. It might even be 3. So that's why going to a 16 would solve, I think, that one problem right away, which is that 3-loss team that loses the championship game of the SEC or the Big Ten. Nobody's going to care about the ACC or the Big 12 3-loss team just because those conferences are not highly ranked. There's not a lot of power overall on those conferences. But SEC, Big Ten, and I see SEC more so because the SEC, because if you have 3 losses in the Big Ten, considering the Big Ten is not nearly as deep as the SEC right now, I don't think you do deserve to be in the playoffs. And I think most people would agree. But in the SEC, there could be 3 or 4 teams with 3 losses that could easily be a playoff team and win some games. So that would definitely help the SEC programs. And of course, we know this back and forth between the power programs, Big Ten and SEC, regarding this whole new idea of what they want to do. This is why you would think, especially the SEC, you would think, come on, man, just come up with anything just to add a few more teams in the next couple of years, because out of those additional 4 teams, and probably 3 of them might be SEC teams. Whatever. Okay. So the biggest difference between my rankings and their rankings stays the same, and that's Notre Dame. They have Notre Dame at 9. I have Notre Dame at, I think, 4 or 3. 3. I didn't change them from last week. Okay. Not a lot of changes from last week, like I said, especially for the rankings that matter. Look at Alabama. Even just with 2 losses, they are right there on the edge, which just shows you that they lose to Auburn this week and they don't play in the SEC championship game. They're done. Imagine that. A couple of weeks ago, it was like, oh, Alabama, hottest team, best team in college football right now, right? Some people thought that. Now, look, they haven't lost to Auburn yet. I'm just saying. They're only a 5.5-point favorite. That's another story. All right, so there you go. We'll go over all of this in just a little bit. And let me see. Do I have this? Okay. Got something needs to. Oh, this is it. Okay. It was in my. Got a second monitor. Okay. Double aces around. Great show. I watch this every week. Keep up the good work. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving back to you, double aces around. DAA. 100%. Back to what I said before, and that is defense wins championships. That's the deal in the NFL and college football. It has been the deal for a very long time, and sometimes you just have to be reminded of it, and I'm glad I didn't need to be reminded of it a month from now. So I just had a little bit of a reminder myself, and we saw it last week. You know, Georgia Tech not only choked, okay, because there was definitely choke. It was a combination of their defense has not. Look, they have a new coordinator. They brought him in this past year, and the defense was okay early on, but the defense has definitely waned lately. They still have good players on defense, but there's something that's missing there. But I think overall, we saw it on Saturday. The thing that really stuck out is just this team was not ready for the big time. And that's unfortunate, but that's why when we looked at the playoff rankings about a month ago when it came out, and we went, look at all the teams, Georgia Tech and Virginia and so forth, and how crazy it is and all the parity. Well, again, you got to remember that was a month ago. And I mentioned this last week, and you got to deal with it again this week. And that is something called pressure. And these kids, they're just kids. And when they're not used to pressure, this is what happens. Now, you can blame Key, the coach. You can blame the players. It's not like Brent Key's been in this position before either. So you can definitely blame him too. Matter of fact, I think he's the first person you blame. Now, the next time they're in this situation, Brent Key better have his team ready. Or else once it could happen, it's a learning experience for a head coach. Second time it happens, and now you're teetering on the verge of being one more of those losses away, and then you're just one of those coaches that just can't get it done, like a James Franklin. So Brent Key has a lot to blame himself. You go down 28-0. What were they down? 21-0 in the first quarter. It was something like the largest first quarter deficit that Georgia Tech has had, like in the history of the program. Like, I think it was like the second worst, something like that. So it wasn't the worst, but it was the second quickest deficit. And we're talking decades. That shows you how, and it wasn't like that the third game of the season. It was in the biggest game, maybe in the history of the program. And that trend, that stat popped up. What does that tell you? It doesn't tell you that Pittsburgh is Notre Dame. It tells you that Georgia Tech was not ready mentally. And they also had some issues on defense. And that's where we get into the whole defensive thing. Same thing with South Florida a couple of weeks ago was against Navy. If you just play defense, a little bit of defense against Navy, nobody's asking for a lot. Just hold them to 28. Hold them to 34. And you're going to beat Navy. But you couldn't do that. And then the same thing with USC. Now, we talked about it last week. Connor Moore came on, very astute follower for USCFootball.com, knows his stuff, in other words. And he brought up the injuries. Both teams had them. But for USC, see, when you're in a situation where both teams have injuries, that only works if you go into the season even with the other team. But when the other team, Oregon, is a lot better, or at least, everybody knows Oregon is here and USC is here going into the season, you can't afford to have the same type of injuries as the other team, because that works in the benefit of the better team. Because the reason in college why a team is a lot of the reason why one team is better than another is depth, especially when you're talking about the big programs. And Oregon able to handle some of those injuries. They have better depth. USC couldn't. And that's why I think Lincoln Riley is fine. And if I'm running USC, I look at this season as almost like look, we all know where Lincoln Riley should stand. And that is, after this season, or at least not everybody, but for me personally, that he's put himself now in a position where, at least, even though I think every season, starting with this one, needs to be monitored like it could be his last, at least he's headed in a positive momentum now after this season. Last season, the opposite. But this season, heading in the right direction. Now, I don't know if you're going to lose Lane. I know you're losing Lemon. It would be really good for the program, and I think good for Lane if Lane stays, because Lane has got the ability to be potentially a first-round draft pick in 2027. He's more like a fourth or a third right now, in my opinion. Lemon could be a top 10 draft pick. That's why he's going to be gone. But Lane, maybe he should stay. He's going to make a lot of money. Stay there. Maeva will be back. And your running backs will be healthy. You have a really good recruiting class coming in, which is another good sign, another reason why Lincoln Riley is definitely going to be back. But I would be pretty excited about the possibilities, because, look, as good as Maeva was this season, come on. I mean, you compare him to the other Heisman winners that Lincoln Riley has coached, and he just is not comparable. So just imagine where USC could have been this season if he had one of those Heisman guys, even just Caleb Williams. If Caleb Williams from a couple of years ago was on this team, this would definitely be a championship caliber team. I don't think they'd win the championship, but they'd be in the playoffs and they'd be a top contender. And one of the reasons why they're looking so good is not just because Lincoln Riley and what he's done in his coaching history and what he can do on offense and the quarterback position, but the defensive side. Having a nice, young, exciting, comer on defense as an assistant is everything to a team. And when you don't have to worry about one side of the ball like he doesn't now, you're set. You got recruiting going your way. You're coming off a good season. You got some of the baggage off. You were able to beat Michigan, which was a big deal for them. You're able to win some pretty decent road games, which is important. And look, they were right there, one score away against Oregon. But like I just said, the defense let them down. And that's where the injuries really came from. You can say what you want about losing your first and second string running backs. That wasn't the difference. It was the losing one of the top defensive backs in the country and not having him play in the game. And I don't care if it's, but they didn't have, their top, say, two wide receivers. Yeah, but again, like I said, they still have another receiver, they're still quality, sort of like Ohio State. Their third and fourth string wide receivers are still going to be better than half the teams in college football. But USC just can't afford to lose an impact defender like they did going into that game. And it really did cost them. So out of the two main things that I learned last week in college football, that was one of them. And it's the same thing in the NFL. Just remind yourself, defense wins championships. Now, I say that, I don't necessarily mean, of course, that you can go out there and have a number one defense like the Cleveland Browns. Look at them. As good as their defense has been the last few years, they still don't win a lot of games. So you have to have balance. But the point is that when you have a really good team, defense is what's going to really even things out. Even if you're like number one. I remember when the Rams won their Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf and lost that second Super Bowl of the Patriots. What made them so good was not just because their offense was amazing. All they had was like a 15th or 20th ranked defense. That's it. And that's all they needed. So that's the whole point is of course, a lot of it depends on how good your offense is. And that's why USC is getting better, because we know that the offense is there, but the defense finally started to pick things up in the last year or two. That's why I think they're headed in the right direction. The other thing is regarding the Sun Belt, because the Sun Belt Conference absolutely screwed themselves. And they've got no one else to blame but themselves. And I haven't heard anything, nor I don't think we would at this point, haven't heard anything about, well, yeah, we're going to think about maybe going back or going to no divisions and just let everybody play out like some of these other conferences have. Not every conference does it. I get it. Okay. But the fact is that most of the conferences are doing it now. And what on earth is a conference like the Sun Belt waiting for? Because they screwed themselves. You could say, oh, they screwed Old Dominion. Yes, they did, but they screwed themselves. Like, what is it that they don't get regarding the fact that if Old Dominion gets to play James Madison this season in the championship game, there is a possibility that Old Dominion could end up, if they beat James Madison, they could end up in the playoff. Now, I don't think that would happen because, again, the AAC is getting so much love from the committee, and so much so that I think if Tulane loses, say, to North Texas, well, North Texas is going to go to the playoffs. And that there's a problem there with me, because it was South Florida, Memphis. It might have been Memphis, South Florida, but it was basically sort of like that. It was like Memphis, Florida, Memphis. Actually, it was more in the lines of Memphis, South Florida. And then it was, who was Tulane? I think there was another team. I think there was 4. I don't think North Texas got in there. And I know East Carolina didn't. But let's just say it's 3. So let's just say it's Memphis, because I think Memphis and South Florida flipped, over like a month. So, and then now it's Tulane. So my point is that's 3. So if North Texas then beats Tulane, say in the championship game, and it's 4, you're basically just saying, oh, it could be Memphis, it could be Tulane, it could be North Texas, it could be South Florida, whoever's standing, we're going to give it to the American. That's because Boise has played themselves out of this. Well, if you're the Sun Belt, first of all, you have to be saying, if you know what you're doing, you have to be saying, how on earth, this is not, I'd be all over the media. I'd be all over. If I'm running the conference, I'm on all the networks and I'm talking about, this is ridiculous. This is not right. James Madison has had this clear run. They haven't lost since the game against Louisville. That's a quality ACC team. Don't forget where Louisville was just a few weeks ago. Before they lost. And look, we all know when Louisville lost that second game that they were done. They showed nothing in the game last week against SMU. They had nothing. That's the other thing that happens at this time of the year, that It really sucks as a handicapper. And I talk about this all the time. The thing about handicapping games to me is when you look at these games and any game, it could be in any sport, the hardest thing to do is to know whether your team that you're taking is in the game. They're going to play the game like it's the Super Bowl, like it's an important game. Especially in basketball, hockey, baseball, it's such a long season. That's really hard. But even in the NFL and college football with a condensed schedule, there are weeks that these teams are just flat. They don't have anything to play for, whatever the case may be. And that's why it's very, very hard to know, hey, if I'm going to bet on this team, I'm going to put money on this team. At least I have to have the simple check off the list that says, I know that they're going to play hard. And at this time of year, you just don't know. I think the best thing to do is in that circumstance, and I even did it myself this week, is while I was going over my wise guy picks this week in college, and I had him down to like 5 or 6 teams. When it all came down to it, I mean, one of the things that I made sure of, I was thinking about Missouri and Arkansas. They were one of my 6. And I was like, I can't take them because I'm going to pick Missouri this week and I'm going to put money on Missouri this week. Don't get me wrong. But when it comes down to having to decide on one game, you have to say to yourself, well, I don't know if Missouri is going to come to play. It is entirely possible that if they lose this game to Arkansas, when it's all said and done, and you look at how the game unfolded, you might see a situation where, you know what, you can tell they just didn't care. They weren't in it. And that's the reason why I just couldn't do that. So that's the thing that you have to do. And it happened again last week to me in several circumstances. And just speaking of Louisville, that's one of them. I didn't take that game. I'm just saying, if you did take that game, and that's another, on the flip side, that's why you can't just look at SMU and be like, oh man, boy, they look good right now. They just buried Louisville. No, they just buried a team that didn't care. You don't, it's one of the situations where, hey, it's a good thing for SMU. It's good that they buried the team. They did what they had to do. They're obviously a good team. Do they deserve to be in the championship game this week? We'll talk about it a little bit later on. I don't know about that. But hey, you know what? This is also why we say in the beginning of the season, all the time, every season, there's something called schedule luck. We talk about injuries. That's the first thing. You have to have injury luck. Then we talk about, things like, you have to win. You have to get the calls. You're going to get good calls this season in the big games. You're going to get breaks. And the other thing, one of the other things, which is very important, is schedule luck. And what I mean by that is, it's not just when you look at the NFL and you see that the Patriots in the beginning of the season, everybody knew that the Patriots and the Niners have the easiest schedule in the NFL. Lo and behold, we're almost the end of November, and those teams have a combined, 18 wins? Now, watching the Niners play this season, and even just thinking about the Patriots seriously, does anybody believe that those two teams should have 18 wins combined this season? Come on now. But they have something called schedule luck. And they had it in the beginning of the season, and it worked their way all the way through. Because what could happen is, and this is why I think doing the whole schedule thing and prediction thing is useless. Because what will happen as the season unfolds, just speaking in the NFL, it doesn't really matter. The fact is that you need to be in a situation to get the luck where, let's say, so-and-so, like I'll give you an example. Rutgers in Iowa, earlier this year. Huge game for Rutgers. They started off the season. I think Iowa might have been their first conference game. And he started off 3-0, whatever. This would be a big game to really tell where they were. Well, Iowa, we all know Iowa has no offense, but they need to run the ball. And their number one running back had not played the 2 previous games. When did he return? Against Rutgers. That's part of schedule luck. Do you get the situation that week with that opponent where their quarterback's out, their top offensive or defensive players out? You get the team coming off the biggest win of their season, so you get the letdown game. You get a team who is in the midst of turmoil when just a month ago they were flying high, and if you played them then, you were in big trouble, but you get to play them now when there's turmoil. That's schedule luck, and that is something that you have to have, just plain and simple. So it's just another thing. No idea where I got on the tangent because we were talking about the Sun Belt. But the fact is, when it comes to the Sun Belt and when it comes to who's to blame in that situation, it's you got to look in the mirror. Okay, because you wanted the divisions, and they say things like, well, we want the rivalries, and that's important. And we all love rivalries in college football. I get that. I really do. But we are in a different age right now. And at some point, the Sun Belt will not have divisions. Heck, there might not even be a conference called the Sun Belt in 5 or 10 years. So whatever they're doing right now, whatever, the rivalries are better. And, it's possible that this has more to do than football. Okay. But whatever excuse they make, I'm fairly confident if I find out all the reasons why that, because again, the easiest thing is we want to preserve the rivalries. But if I really find out, and they laid it on the table and said, here are all the real reasons why we want divisions over not divisions, I'm telling you right now, I feel 99% confident that they will be wrong. And that the reason that they want the divisions will more than likely really be because of money. But even though I have to believe that's the case, this is the thing that is leading me to believe that they don't know what they're doing. Ignorance. I can use a bunch of different words. But how do you not know? How do you not grasp that you will be financially rewarded more if you have a team in the freaking college football playoffs? The amount of additional revenue, exposure, all of that you receive from being in the college football playoffs. So I don't want to hear about rivalries. I don't want to hear, because look, are we talking about Michigan, Ohio State here? Alabama, Auburn? What are we talking about here? Are we talking about, I don't know, Arkansas State and Troy? Is that what we're really talking about here? Because there's a way, just like they're doing in the conferences with no divisions, there's a way that you can still come up with a formula that says, okay, let's make sure that every year one team gets to keep 1 or 2 teams on their schedule every year to preserve those best rivalries. If you want to try to tell me that the Sun Belt's going to be involved in, oh no, there's 5 or 6 of those rivalries. They've got, hey, that's why it's a whole division of 6 teams. Every one of those rivalries are important. That's a bunch of nonsense. And once again, if that's their argument, I'm sorry, but they're not just ignorant, but they're idiots. So how they don't understand this, again, I don't think Old Dominion would end up in the playoffs because we just talked about it. Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, North Texas, possibly. The committee's doing everything in their power to put an American team in. But if you want that chance, That's the only way it's going to work. No divisions. Old Dominion versus James Madison in the championship game. And if Old Dominion beats them, then they sit there and they are one of the, because you got a champion of the Sun Belt, a champion of the American, and a champion of the Mountain West. Basically, you have 3 teams, and you're one of those 3. Nobody's going to care about the MAC or the Conference USA. One of those 3. And that's a chance. And they've screwed that all up. Because if Troy or Southern Miss beat James Madison, you know what that means. No chance. That's their own fault. And I think somebody needs to have their job transferred somewhere else. I don't want anybody to lose their job necessarily to provide for their families, but either that or maybe they could lose their job and go find a job elsewhere and make the same amount of money, but get out of running the Sun Belt because you have no idea what you're doing as far as I'm concerned. We hope you remember too to hit the super chat. You can see that on the text portion of the screen. You just gaze down, you see the little $ symbol that you click that, and you can use that to donate to the channel, keeping in mind anything that you donate to the channel is basically you being a sponsor of ours. You are our sponsor. That's all it is. Obviously, we're going to have sponsors, more sponsors as we grow here as a channel, businesses themselves. But we're like the Green Bay Packers here, Proline TV. Maybe we'll put a commercial together like that one day. But that's what we are. And it's up to you guys. You're our sponsors. You're our owners, our little owners, you can say. But you are our sponsors, and that's where we can help to raise revenue, and we put it right back into the channel. We hire an editor, we hire a social media guy, we hire this guy, we put in money for merchandising and all sorts of stuff and marketing, because the bigger we grow as a channel, the better it is for you guys. Also, the YouTube membership, you hit that join right there. You see it on the bottom of the screen. That goes up to a page. You can get Mark's picks of the week, Jim Feist picks of the week. You get the bundle, which means you can get anybody's picks that we post on the channel for that week. It's still new. We're still working on it, especially because this is Thanksgiving week. So a lot going on, but give us about a week or two, and we're going to even make that YouTube membership platform that much better for you. If you have any questions or comments, just let us know. All right. Now that that's all out of the way, let's start with because we kind of already went over the rankings. So why don't we go over the scenarios right now? So let's do that. I'll just let me just one more time, just so you can see again. These are the top 12. Okay, so there you go. Again, it's only the top 10. Remember that. 11 would be an ACC team that's not on the board here. 12 would be the group of 5. So if you're a BYU Miami fan, you are not in the playoffs. Okay. Now this week is the week that I went ahead and actually for my group of 5, for my playoff 12, I did add ACC team because now we're in the nitty gritty. This is it. All right. So I figured perfect time to not have it look the way the NCAA is doing it, because I do think it's misleading. But my rankings for the past, couple of months have all been about who I think the best 12 teams are. And now, though, we're getting into the nitty gritty. And so it's time for everybody to know what the deal is. So here we go. As you can see here, no changes in our top 4. We've moved Georgia up a little bit. We've moved Indiana a little bit down. I keep moving Indiana down for the basic reason that there is nothing that Indiana's been showing me over the past several weeks that leads me to believe that they can go on a run in the playoffs. I just do. I don't believe in them. I think they are very well coached. I think they have talent. They are deserving of a playoff spot, but their schedule is just not deep enough. And I do not have faith that when it comes down to playing a lot of other talented teams, just like them, if not more talented, that they're just not going to be able to make the run. And I just think they're a little bit overrated based on their schedule. So if they were in the SEC, I think they would be at least a 2-loss team. I think they would be where like Alabama is. They'd be right there on the edge. Maybe they're in the championship game. Maybe they're out of the playoffs. That's where I think Indiana would be if they had an SEC schedule. All right. So Indiana 6, Georgia 5, Oregon, Alabama, Ole Miss. Okay. Oklahoma. Now, a couple of things, because there's this talk about Notre Dame, Miami, and how unfair it is that Notre Dame. Now, again, I have them 3. They have them, 9? So it's a little bit closer to Miami. Maybe they should take a tip from me and put them at 3, so there wouldn't be any of this. Well, why isn't Miami? Because it's only a couple of spots away, and Miami beat them, of course, earlier in the season. But I got them at 3, and I don't even have Miami in this top 12. I'm not even sure where I would put them. Probably in right around where they are now, top 15. Again, if there was a top 16, they'd be in. But look, I get that. I really do. But it all comes down to, because every situation is not the same. You can't say all the time, 100%, hey, if Team A beats Team B, Team A has got to be ranked ahead of Team B. No, it doesn't work that way. And I think, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it has to be, well, you got to be within a game, 2 losses, 3 losses, or, because look, Notre Dame and Miami both have the same amount of losses too. Okay. But the fact is that when I do it, I just do it based on, which is why I'm usually going to be different. I just based on who I think that week is the better team over the other team. And that's how I just rank them. So I don't look at my rankings and go, okay, well, since the top 10 teams all won last week, I can't change anything because they all won. That's mostly what you see with the rankings nowadays. I don't look at it that way. It's a whole new week as far as I'm concerned, and I just start all over again. Who do I think's the best team? Who do I think, so forth and so on. So that's why I have Notre Dame as high as 3. I mentioned to you about a month or so ago when they were still at around 30-1, I think it was at the time. They were a pretty big number, 25-1, that I put some good money on Notre Dame. And I'm feeling better and better and better about that every week we go. So I think the fact that they're 9th in the rankings is just ridiculous. So, but whatever, we'll take advantage of that. And Georgia has moved up in my mind because they are now looking as good as they can look. So they are peaking at the right time. And when we talked about them in the beginning of the year, really the main thing was, can Gunnar Stockton, can he win a championship? Is he a championship level type of quarterback? And he has shown this season that he can be. I'm not concerned with Gunnar Stockton. I'm still concerned with their defense a little bit. All right. And then let's see. Oh, Oklahoma, Texas. That's the other one. So I think Texas is rated ahead of Oklahoma in the rankings. Where is it? Let's see. Where's Oklahoma? Oh, no, not in the rankings. I saw them ahead. Where did I see Texas ahead of them? I saw them ahead of them somewhere. I just don't remember where it was. But I bring that up because of the whole Texas beat Oklahoma deal. And I get that. Again, Texas 3 losses, Oklahoma 2. I wouldn't care. If I thought Texas was better than Oklahoma, I would have Texas 10 and Oklahoma out. So even though I agree with the committee that Oklahoma is pretty close to where they are and Texas would be pretty close to where I have them, the only reason that I'm stuck with Oklahoma over Texas is because when they played that game, Mateer was in a game he should never have been in. Okay, he was not healthy. He was nowhere near ready physically to play that game. And that was a dumb decision by Venables. But nonetheless, hey, it cost him a game. Maybe they would have lost anyway. And in some points, it could have cost them the season. If Texas, let's say Oklahoma hadn't lost one of their games and Texas hadn't lost a couple of their games, and it was either Texas or Oklahoma, and because Texas beat Oklahoma, it was Texas over Oklahoma. Venables lucky it didn't come down to that, but it could have. Anyway, the fact is Oklahoma right now, to me, is just a better team because Mateer is now starting to play a little bit more like he was earlier this season. And there hasn't really been a time this season that I've been enamored with Texas. There just hasn't. Yes, had they put together a nice run at the end of the season, yes. But we talked about that, the overtime, back-to-back overtime wins against Mississippi State and Kentucky. I mean, please, that's not good, especially when you were down big to Mississippi State in the fourth quarter and were very fortunate to win that game. Punt return touchdown sends you to overtime. So very fortunate. But what happens? Hey, they step up in competition and they get beat by Georgia. Proof that they are just not that team. So, yeah, I look at the situation, and that's the reason why with one less loss, the fact that Mateer was not healthy, it's the same thing. It's like if Oklahoma had beaten Texas with a banged-up Arch Manning, I'd feel the same way, flipping over to Texas. So here's Virginia, only in there because they are the top team right now in the ACC, the real top team, not Miami. And there's Tulane. But we all know, honestly, looking at this right now, I would say, looking at my board, I would say there's a very likely chance that 10 of these 12, just trying to think about matchups that could doom these, but I'm not saying it. So there's a very good chance that at least 9 of these teams, because in reality, the mark should be at 6, okay? Meaning that if Indiana loses, Georgia loses another game, if any of these teams lose another game, well, I shouldn't say Notre Dame, they lose another game, they lose to Stanford, there's only one game left. They lose to Stanford, they're out. So I get that. But in reality, if any of these teams were to lose, except for Notre Dame, they're still in. Oregon can't say that. Can't say that. Okay. If they lose to Washington, they'll be on the bubble. Alabama, they'll be out. Ole Miss, probably out. I wouldn't say completely, but bubble out. Oklahoma. Who is, it really is a bummer. But again, this is what happens when you're no longer in the same conference anymore. Speaking of rivalries, that we don't have Oklahoma State. That was a really, really good rivalry. If Oklahoma is going to get knocked out, it's going to be because of LSU, and that's possible. LSU's got a really good defense. And let's say Mateer, because even though he looks like he's playing a little bit better now, it's not a complete, okay, he's fine again. I'm not seeing the same guy still that I saw before the injury. He's heading that way, but he's also going up against one of the best defenses he's played all season. And remember, his worst game, Texas, was against a good defense, even though he was banged up. So Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Alabama, Oregon, all those teams. And again, Virginia, Tulane, that's just a temporary thing. So really, that's why I say these are the teams that really look like it's a guarantee that you're going to get all 6 of these teams, barring a Stanford miracle upset win over Notre Dame. And then the rest is always wide open, which is a good thing. All right. So let's go over, because now that we have all of group of 5, I haven't posted that. All right. So look, this is big news here that I have put, even though James Madison was my preseason number 1, as you know, to represent the group of 5 in the championship. And I feel very proud of that because that wasn't something that a lot of people had. So James Madison, though, even though they come back and won the game against Washington State, and look, we kind of felt that was going to be another close game for Washington State. There was no reason to believe otherwise, and they kind of lost the game against James Madison the same way they've lost to Virginia and Ole Miss, as they had the lead and then they lost it late, and that was it. But so look, I think it's a decent win for James Madison. If you compare the fact that those teams I just mentioned had the same problem with the same team, so you can't just call James Madison out on it. But what it does to me is, again, I know how they're thinking about the American. So if James Madison is going to get a chance to be respected by the committee in any way, then they needed to beat Washington State a lot easier than they did. They needed to win that game by like 20 points, 21 points, and they were very lucky to win the game. So I'm a realist. I understand. And I also look for myself. I'm not doing this guessing who's going to win. It's how I feel. And I thought that was disappointing if you were looking at James Madison. Even though I took Washington State to cover and thought they were a good upset pick, we talked about last week, that it is what it is. And so James Madison, I think, is where they should be, right behind Tulane. That doesn't mean they're out of it. Okay. It just means that right now they have 2 more games to go to prove whether or not they can show something. In other words, they got to blow out their opponent this week, and then they've got to blow out the championship game opponent as well. And they need help, because here's the problem. Tulane and North Texas are playing, they're heavy favorites this week, and there is a very little likelihood that they're going to lose. So it's really looking like Tulane and North Texas in the championship game. And then therefore the winner is going to wind up being in the playoffs. It's just the way that it is. The only way that does not happen is because Tulane can't lose to Charlotte at home. That's impossible. But North Texas, if something happens and they choke at home against Temple, that's it. That's the only chance James Madison has. Then, let's say, I don't know whether the Navy, gets into the championship game, beats Tulane, James Madison can represent the group of 5. As long as they do, like I said. I don't think that's possible. I don't see that happening, but that's the opening that they would have. I can't, because North Texas, Tulane, the only way I can see this happening if they both win out is Tulane beats Charlotte but doesn't bury him. I don't know, because trust me, Tulane's going to want to bury Charlotte, and North Texas is going to want to bury Temple for these reasons. Just like Notre Dame buried Syracuse. We're at that point now. The committee can say all they want, but it matters. Okay, but let's say North Texas beats Temple, but they beat him in a sloppy manner. Okay, gets to the championship game, and North Texas beats Tulane, and it's a sloppy game. And not a good game. There's 6 turnovers, and it's an ugly win for North Texas. And meanwhile, James Madison has just destroyed their last 2 opponents. Then we can have some sort of potential talk. San Diego State's the other team that represents the Mountain West. I do wonder whether or not you just took San Diego State's name out and replaced it with Boise State. Would Boise State be number 1? I really do. I think that's a big possibility. I think San Diego State, because of who they are, might be getting a little bit disrespected. What really is hurting them more than anything, it's not the Hawaii loss. What's really hurting them more than anything was the loss to Washington State. Because they did not only lose to Washington State, they got buried. And the funny thing is, if we look back at those games for San Diego State, because early in the season, nobody expected San Diego State was going to have this type of season. There was nothing that indicated that, especially because their offense just looked like sort of like, I mean, really, Sutton is a nice little running back, 1,000-yard running back. But let's just say he wasn't there and they had a 500-yard running back. They have no passing game. They would not be where they are right now without that running game. But what really is making them tick is the defense. And that's really what's been the staple of this program for so long, has been the defense. They just happen to have one of their best defensive seasons that they've had in a while, which is why they are where they are. But they put this 2-week or 2-game, because they had a week off in between. So in week 2, they get buried by Washington State. All right. And it's looking like nobody's paying attention. Oh, yeah, it's San Diego State, whatever. But the surprising thing was, as a 14-point dog the next week at home against Cal, because the Washington State game was on the road, the very next week, they shut out Cal. I think it was like 34-0, something like that. And that was a big eye-opener. It was like, what? Well, they did have a week off, and maybe, they figured something out after that loss to Cal to Washington State. But still, you were like, maybe this is a Cal thing. And then it still took a while, though. I mean, I still think there are people today that probably would wake up and go, so San Diego State? Come on. But that game against Cal, Washington State, is really, it's unfortunate that you can say, well, shouldn't they both cross each other out? You can't do that. But if you have that impressive shutout win over Cal, and you do not have the blowout loss, you just have a loss, okay, over a team that was a Pac-12 team the year before. Let's say you lose that game by 3 points or something, and then you blow out Cal. Then you can look at that and go, yeah, if this was Boise State, wouldn't they be getting a lot more recognition? But that blowout loss just killed them earlier in the season. And it just, they also, because they don't have enough offense balance, I don't even believe they would deserve to be in the championship game. As much as I think it's a great story, and I still think they're going to end up winning the Mountain West Championship, their offense is just not capable of competing against a really good Power 4 team. And then there you go. South Florida ruined everything. Again, the defense really stunk up the joint. I moved ODU in as they deserved to be. East Carolina had the big drop. Hey, big surprise. They lost to UTSA on the road. Another home game coming up, by the way, for UTSA this week, and New Mexico. I'm not sure if we had New Mexico. We might have 1 week earlier this year. But what a great story. New Mexico and San Diego State playing for the opportunity to be in the Mountain West Conference Championship game, in the final year of the Mountain West Conference Championship game, as in the championship as we know it. So I think that's really awesome. Okay, let's get going. SEC. And it all starts... Where is it? It all starts with a big one. And believe it or not, yes, I said it. It's a big one. It's actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to go through the scenarios for each conference as I go through each conference. So let's start with the scenarios, first of all, with the SEC, and then we'll go through these games. Okay. Let me get my paperwork here, because there's a lot of it. All right. So SEC scenarios. And it's pretty cut and dry in the SEC. And I'm going to pop up the standings too. So let's pop the standings up. All right. So here you go. And this is all that matters. Here we've got these 7 teams. Okay. So these 7 teams still have a chance for the postseason. And then you've got, even though they have Texas up here, let's keep in mind they've got 3 losses. Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, they all have 2 losses in the conference, but when they're talking about playoffs and stuff, Oklahoma and Vandy have a leg up on Texas. Even though Texas, Vandy, as you can see, they're pretty equal and rightfully so. And we might get into another situation. I mean, imagine if Texas was in some sort of a debate with trying to get into the postseason, and they were right there with Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. Be like, wait a second, we beat both teams. Who cares? We have 3 losses and they have 2. I'd be for them in that part. I would. I'd be. You're right. I mean, one win is one thing, but 2 wins, and no, I wouldn't. No way. You'd have to. But I still don't think they deserve it at this point. But we still have 1 more week to go. We'll see what happens to Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. I think it's more of if Oklahoma and Vanderbilt lose, it's not like, oh, Texas is in. No, I just think they join Texas on the outs. All right. So the scenarios are simple. Texas A&M and Alabama win, and they're in. Simple. So even though Alabama sits here 4 on the standings as it is here, I don't know necessarily. Okay, here it is. They're putting them at 4 because they have the same record, but Ole Miss has the better overall record, so they're ahead of them. Okay. Facto is A&M win in, Alabama win in. We get a Texas A&M Alabama championship game, and I'd be all for it because I think those 2 teams would be deserving. Also, we haven't seen them this year play, and I think that's something I want to see. I don't want to see a rematch. Next up, A&M. What's their other chance? Well, they can also get in if Alabama and Ole Miss lose. Okay, it's got to be and, not or. So if A&M loses to Texas, which is entirely possible, then they need Ole Miss and Alabama to lose. And then they're in a championship game. All right. Next up, as funny as it may sound, it might be better for Texas A&M if they lose to Texas to not be in the championship game. Now, I only say that because obviously you want to be in the championship game. You want to win the championship, and I'm 100% with that. But you just have to think, could it benefit them? Because if they were to lose the SEC championship game, that would be back-to-back losses. You're still in the playoffs, but you're back-to-back losses. And now you can go from a 1-loss team, just missed out on the championship. So you're going to have like the best rankings spot for a team that wasn't a championship winner, which means you're probably like 5th potentially instead of 9th, 10th, 11th, because you're on a 2-game losing streak. All right. Next, Georgia. So Georgia fans sitting there, looks like they're in great shape. They don't have any SEC games left. So, yeah, shouldn't they be in good shape? Well, not really, because they're going to need – I mean, they got a shot. They got a legitimate chance because they need just 1 upset, and it's not a major upset. They need Texas to upset Texas A&M, or they need Auburn to upset Alabama. So if Auburn can upset Alabama or Texas upsets Texas A&M, then Georgia doesn't have to. They could lose to Georgia Tech, and they're in the SEC championship game. Ole Miss, meanwhile, needs both Alabama and Texas A&M to lose. Of course, they've got to win too, but they need both A&M and Alabama to lose. Could happen. Again, the hardest one, of course, would be Auburn. But if Auburn were to upset Alabama, which we all know is possible, then, yeah, of course, Texas wind up pulling up their upset. Ole Miss takes care of Mississippi State. Ole Miss is in the championship game. So, again, it's pretty cut and dry, pretty simple as the way we would hope it would be. So because it's not going to be like that way for a lot of the other conferences, but let's go through the games. Ole Miss is in Mississippi State. All right. In this one, the Egg Bowl, this is all about Lane Kiffin. This is all about, and we talked about this not too long ago on this show, the feeling, identifying these games as, do I know for sure that the team is going to play hard, it's going to get their best effort, all that stuff. Or more importantly as well, there are going to be no distractions. And sorry, but we have no idea Nobody has any idea unless you're dialed into Ole Miss football, meaning unless you're part of the staff, you're inside that locker room. Nobody knows how these Ole Miss players are going to react to Lane Kiffin saying, we're going to let everybody know. Even though, again, this is the program itself is pushing Kiffin to make this decision. They wanted him to make this decision before the Egg Bowl, but he's making it after. I don't know what to make of this. I really don't. I know there's a lot of people out there that feel it's a done deal. He's leaving. He's going to either LSU or Florida. In my opinion, I don't even think there's and I could be completely wrong, of course, but I don't even think there's a doubt in my mind that I don't think there isn't. There isn't a doubt in my mind that if he leaves Ole Miss, that he's going to go to Florida. Okay. I don't think, there's no way do I think he's choosing LSU over Florida. That's just me. So the question, because again, and we might have mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, the thing with these jobs at LSU and Florida, they're both not great jobs in a way, because the people who are running those programs are really inept, and they're also discombobulated. There's too many voices. There's not that one power player that I'm the boss and I'm telling you the way it is, whether you like it or not, or whether I make the right calls or not. There's confusion in both universities. And that's been part of the problem there. That's why LSU and Florida, especially Florida, has not succeeded. I mean, you're Florida, for crying out loud. How do you not have at least a bowl team every year? At the very least. That's why things are screwed up. But you could also see when a Urban Meyer or a Steve Spurrier has won there, especially, okay? I don't think there's any reason for me to think that Lane Kiffin can't join that club, okay? He's still a young coach. He still has enough of a winning background that if where he does go, let's say he goes to Florida, let's say he goes to Florida. He goes there, let's say 10 years from now, he wins 2 national championships. Well, we're going to look at Lane Kiffin the same way we've looked at Steve Spurrier. Now, I don't know if we'd still put him in the Urban Meyer category. Maybe, but that's the point, is that Florida can be, obviously, there can be a place where you can win. The other thing is very important. Lane knows where the money is, not to pay him, but to pay the players. So he knows more than we do on that. And wherever he decides to go, including Ole Miss, we'll know. And I think that's going to be the really big decision. And I think if all things were equal, then I think he'd probably go to Florida. And that's really what I think is going on here, because I don't believe, it's hard for me to fathom. Like, if he was going to stay at Ole Miss, what's he waiting for? Somebody explain that to me. Am I missing something? Is something gone over my head? Leave a comment. Let me know. Because that's how I'm thinking about it. Is if you're staying at Ole Miss, what are you holding back for? Because if anything, that you'd want to let these kids know who are about to go out there and play a very key game in their season, win and you're in game. Well, you don't want these kids to have any sorts of doubts about whether or not their leader is going to be with them. So you tell them. Now, look, it's quite possible that there's a reason he's doing it and waiting, and he's already told the players, and they know, and he's going to be there. And they're going to be fine, and they're going to come out, and they're going to play great football. And, hey, Kiffin's going to tell you after the game that he was here all along, and he's getting a big contract, and that explains why they beat Mississippi State 51-17. Could happen. But the odds are that that's not the case. And what are we playing here, this game, every week? We're playing the odds. And the odds for me say that he's leaving. I think he's going to go to Florida, and it's a distraction. And if he does this, this is going to be something unprecedented. Look, this is only going to be the second year of a 12-team playoff. Of course, this hasn't been done with 4 teams, but this would be it. A coach is going to leave before his team goes to the playoffs for the very first time. Who does that? How does that happen? I know one thing that needs to happen, whether he leaves or not. The date. The whole recruiting date, portal date, all that stuff needs to change. It is ridiculous that the next cycle, recruiting cycle, is in, what is it? Is it next week? I don't know. Let me see if I can pop that up when it is. Let's see. College football recruiting period. Let's see. Yeah, I said CFB. I didn't see basketball. There it is. It's December 5th to the 18th. Okay. So that's when you can start recruiting again. And I'm not going to get into all that, or else we'd be here for another 3 hours. But that's a big deal and a big reason why he has to make this decision now. Okay, and this is another reason why, if he was choosing Ole Miss, that he would let Ole Miss know and the recruiters know. Because why would he not? Why would he be like to his own players that he's trying to recruit at Ole Miss? Why would he give them doubt? It doesn't make any sense unless he's leaving. And because I believe he's leaving, okay, I'm willing to wager, and because it's a rivalry game, and because Mississippi State needs to win to be bowl eligible, I'm taking Mississippi State. I'm rolling with the money line at plus 225. Keep in mind that Ole Miss has only been a road favorite once this year. They beat Kentucky in week 2 as by 7 in that game. And that was a close game. Unfortunately, Kentucky did not have Cutter Boley at quarterback at the time, or else they could have upset Ole Miss in that game. So I'm taking Mississippi State in this one. If you look at it, I think the thing, of course, that if all things were equal, if this wasn't the last game, let's just say this was a couple of weeks ago, the way everything else was playing out with these two teams, then I would be all over Ole Miss. And I say that because Ole Miss is playing their best football of the year, and Mississippi State is probably playing their worst football of the year. Now, both teams had a bye, and that's really good for Mississippi State because this gives Levy an opportunity to first of all, get a little bit more healthier. The depth is still a problem, not as much as it used to be, but that's still an issue at Mississippi State. We talked about the depth before. So you want to come in, you want to get these guys healthy, you want to get their frame of mind going again because they just went through a stretch of, they had a win here or there. But look, their last 2 games, they lost by a 90-48 margin. And this is a team that before those last 2 games was either winning or they were in big fourth quarter games against good teams that they lost to, including the overtime loss to Texas. Once again, don't forget, 17-point lead in the fourth quarter to Texas. And they lost that one in overtime. Now, they are 1-2 straight up, but 2-0-1 against the spread the last 3 years versus Ole Miss. And the margin of victory is only 20-point difference. So the games have been very close the last few years. We're talking about a big number here at 7. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and take Mississippi State. Georgia Tech, you wounded me. So as I said earlier, much earlier, this is as bad as it gets with Georgia Tech's loss in my mind. For me as an analyst, because again, I was with them the whole way, the whole Key and King way that started 3 years ago, followed them ever since. bet them a lot as a dog and won games for me left and right. So really, even at this point with the loss last week, which was a big loss for me, the fact is that I'm still way up on Georgia Tech. That's how much they've won and how much I've been able to capitalize on that. And these are the types of games that has really helped. Now, look, they were in this type of game last year. I guess it's Georgia Tech's style to do it this way based on what we saw last week, because now I can throw them into that kind of boat, which is, yeah, they've done a lot of good, but when it comes down to it, they can't get over the hump. They couldn't do it last week, and they couldn't do it last year in this matchup. They had a 17-0 lead at Georgia at halftime. 17-0. And they weren't able to win the game. I believe they were up 2 scores in the fourth quarter. And they went into some incredible, like 8 overtimes or something like that, back and forth on 2-pointers, and they finally lost. Now, they are getting a big number on the money line here. But I don't know how – look, throw that out because they're playing at Mercedes-Benz, the Falcons' home. And even though they have more seating capability, the Georgia fan base it'll probably be equal, if anything. So there's no home game for Georgia Tech here. What they do have going for them is basically what I just said. They're 4-1 straight up, 5-0 against the spread as a home dog under Key, with 3 outright upsets, including Clemson. The problem is, looking at it like that, is this really isn't a home game. So you do have to take that into consideration. Also, looking at the resumes of these teams this season, there's no comparison. Georgia's played the SEC schedule. Georgia Tech has played the ACC schedule. And when it's come down to it, Georgia Tech has just 1 win this season versus a winning team. That's it. This, though, does give you faith that with the big number the way that it is, that's the reason you take Georgia Tech, and this is it. Since Brent Key has taken over in the last 3 years, they are 0-3 straight up, but 3-0 against the spread against Georgia. And the previous 4 years, 4 matchups with Georgia, just so you know, they were 0-4 straight up and against the spread by a 180-35 margin. Key comes in. They're still not winning, but now they're covering. And in the last 2 years, they lost by just 10 points total combined. Last year, as I said, they lost 44-42 in 8 overtimes. And considering how bad they looked last week, and they were able to come back and make a game of it, they were down 1 score, but they couldn't stop Pitt because of the defense. But what they showed was they could come back, and they could. That helps. And now that this is another thing that we talk about a lot is the pressure of playing at home. Everybody thinks that being at home is always the best thing. You want to be at home no matter what. That's not the case. Sometimes especially if you're not used to it, big game, there's a lot of pressure being at home. You got all the distractions of friends and family at home. And that was a major bad thing for Georgia Tech last week. Now, maybe, again, because of the result, it's like a smack in the face, big embarrassment. They have very little chance of going to the championship of the ACC. We'll get into that in a little bit. And, they're not at home. It's 50-50. It should be, like I said. So there's a lot of reason to think that they'll come back and play this week the way they should have played last week. That still doesn't mean they're going to win. But I kind of believe that. And especially when you have a team that can score like Georgia Tech, I think that's something that you have to take into consideration. Let me just double check Georgia Tech's. Let me see where they are defensively. Because the last time I checked, statistically speaking, regarding their defense, was about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. So I don't know whether or not they've gotten any better. What I mean by that is rush defense versus pass defense. So let me see. Let me just double check, because Georgia's still half of their defense has been okay. The other half, not so. Like they're 50th right now in pass defense. Their rush defense, though, is up to 5th. All right. So this is why they should be a good matchup for them. So when Georgia plays in the playoffs, you're going to have to see who they're going to be matched up with. If Georgia's matched up with a pass first offense, I probably pick against them, depending on who they play. But I don't know if it's the first round. But the deeper they get into the playoffs, if they play a really good passing team, then they're going to give up a lot of points. So now look, they could wind up. I mean, I might just, maybe I don't bet against it. Maybe I just go with the over, because again, I think they're playing really well, and I think they're a team that, who knows, maybe they become a good championship team to pick. How did this get to the NFL? What is this? Oh, that's my email. What the hell is going on here? That is weird. It just moved to the NFL, to college football. I mean, to the NFL for my college football. All right, now I'm back. Okay. So, 14 points, 455. I can't imagine Georgia Tech will win the game. Not the way Georgia's playing, and not after we saw last week. But I can see Georgia Tech with 14 points after what happened last week. I can see them maybe saving face. Could be a backdoor cover. But this game, I think, is going to be decided in the first quarter. Sort of like what we saw last week. So that's how I'm going to play it. That's what I think. I think if Georgia Tech can get off to a good start, take an early lead, end of the first quarter, even if it's 14-14 at the end of the first quarter, I think Georgia Tech will hang in there for most of the game. But unless they can show, or Georgia could be off a little bit offensively, unless they can show that their defense is capable of handling Georgia a little bit, then if they can't do that, it's not going to matter. They just won't have enough firepower to play that type of game with Georgia. Georgia will just be too powerful for them. I just think it's too many points to give up if I'm looking at Georgia's side, because I think I think this point spread also has a lot more to do with what happened last week than anything. It just was really, 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 really disappointing. Okay, let's move on. Hey, that's good that we were able to. I have see these papers. I probably have about, I don't know, 20. We just got past page 1 for college football. We haven't even talked the NFL yet, which we will. Texas A&M and Texas. Okay, so as I said, if Texas A&M wins, they're in. Texas, they have very little chance of making the playoffs. I'm not saying they're definitely out. They would need so much help, meaning they really need to have a lot of upsets. And if that happens, then who knows? Because this would be a huge win. First time, believe it or not, Texas A&M has traveled to Austin since 2010. And that's too bad. Big time rivalry. It returned last year, and College Station. It was one of those weird type of games too, because A&M, this was early Marcel Reed, and he was still kind of raw, and he really wasn't capable of making the type of plays on a consistent basis to beat a team like Texas. But the funny thing was, and this is another reason why I like Texas A&M here, Texas A&M is much better than they were last year, much better, especially Marcel Reed. Texas, as we all know, nowhere near as good as they were last year. Are they still talented? Yes, they are. That's why they're only a 2-point dog against Texas, one of the top teams in the country. But that game, what I remember in that game was Texas's offense doing nothing. And it was Texas A&M's offense that, because of Reed, they just could, like, even when they would make plays and get into the Texas side of the field, they do something stupid, or there'd be a turnover or loss of downs, and it was just they needed that one play, and they just couldn't do it. But this year, boy, if they need that one play, boy, they're going to make that play. They're going to make that a lot. The question is, how many of those plays are they going to need? But I like them. And Texas, by the way, 0-2 against the spread as dogs this season. So we're taking Texas A&M. It's not one of my top plays, though, because I just wonder. We said this 2 weeks ago, actually last week, before the comeback against 2 weeks ago, before the comeback against South Carolina. Oh yeah, well, there's not going to happen against South Carolina, but it's like they're due to lose. They're going to lose to either Texas. Remember, we were like, well, do you lose to Texas or do you lose in the championship game? But they're going to lose, and rather than lose now than in the playoffs when it matters. And then they almost lost to South Carolina, which I don't think would have been a good thing. But yeah, that's the thing. You got to wonder, because I don't know if Texas A&M is capable of being undefeated when the season's. That takes special teams nowadays, especially from the SEC. As good as Texas A&M is, I don't know if I'd call them special, only because as good as their offense has been this season, and Reed's a good young quarterback, he's still not, Joe Burrow, and also Texas A&M's defense is okay. It's good, but it's not lethally good. So I don't think they're an undefeated team. And so, yeah, who knows? Is it this week? Is it the championship game? We'll find out. But I still think when it's all said and done, I'm not going to look at it that way. I'm just going to look at this game, and it's a big rivalry game. After losing last year, it's huge. They're much better than last year. They really want this game. This is not South Carolina, where they're going to fall asleep and be down 30-3. No, this is they're ready for this one. I'm taking them. Another ACC SEC matchup here: Clemson and South Carolina, and you've got the Palmetto Bowl. No chance for South Carolina to go bowling. Clemson, meanwhile, already bowl eligible. The road team has covered 7 straight in this series and is 5-0 straight up and against the spread in the last 5. Clemson's been a dog once this year, and they beat Louisville. Meanwhile, South Carolina has lost 5 straight at home to Clemson. The last home win was back in 2013. Slight edge here to Clemson based on that series trend, which is pretty strong. And South Carolina had a big win last year. Really, the win last year at Clemson, exciting game, fabulous ending to the game. And it was really the game that kind of began the Sellers campaign as a potential Heisman dark horse and future NFL draft pick, top 5 draft pick kind of deal. And this season, none of it materialized. Now all you hear about, you just didn't have really good supporting cast. And some of that's true. But look, I remember talking about this before the season began and comparing him to Anthony Richardson, saying the one thing he's got going for him, though, is that he's going to have more experience than Richardson. And I think Sellers might want to rethink where he wants to play next year. He could just surprise everybody in a little surprise and say, I'm going pro. I think he's eligible. But with the money you can make, he can make a boatload of cash staying 1 more year. But that decision, who knows how these kids, what they think about, how important the roots are where they are, the loyalty to the program, the family, there's a lot of things that go into the decision-making process. But if I was just looking at it a normal way, I'd be like, hey, you know what? I'm not sure I can improve myself in the draft by just staying and getting experience. And I wouldn't do that. I'd rather just go to the NFL, because I'd rather go to the NFL and sit for a year, and I'd learn a lot better with proper coaching than playing another year unless I felt I had the proper coaching in college, better than what we saw this year, and more importantly, a better supporting cast. So we'll see what happens. Move on, Kentucky, Louisville. This is more of a basketball rivalry. Louisville, 3-point favorite here. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect here from Louisville. I just don't. I was very surprised in a way that they embarrassed themselves the way that they did against SMU. I expected better from them. I really did. This is the bottom half of the SEC, including, of course, Kentucky. This is another one of these teams, Auburn, Mississippi State. These are the three teams in the SEC that need a win for bowl eligibility. Otherwise, all of these teams here on this side really are playing for nothing. Now, I don't think Tennessee really feels that they have a chance for the playoffs, but I mean, if you want to think so, it's possible you can be brainwashed into that discussion. So I'll move it down here. Okay. LSU play spoilers against Oklahoma. Do they really care? The coach isn't even there. Drinkwitz, is he going to be distracted at all about his next job? The game doesn't mean anything at Arkansas. Florida, at least they're playing a rivalry game. And that's it. Arkansas, South Carolina playing out the string. All right. So all things to consider. And that includes Kentucky again as a team that needs to win for bowl eligibility. Just for that, because I don't know what you get out of Louisville, I might think Kentucky, but I'm not gonna pick this game. I think you figure that out for yourself. But I would look at who's healthy, who's playing. I think that's very important with Louisville. If all the key players are healthy and playing, I feel a lot better. But with Cutter Boley there and with Kentucky needing a win, I don't know. All right, LSU, Oklahoma. So now we get to another one of these big games. And Oklahoma, as we said, we know that they need this win, which probably secures a playoff spot. I think we're pretty sure about that. They would need a lot of bad luck to not get in with the win here. So I think that they're pretty good with the win. They have also played their best football, or some of their best football of the year lately, winning their last three straight up ATS. I still think maybe they played their best football earlier in the year when Mateer was 100% healthy, but they're starting to get there again. LSU, meanwhile, they've never been to Norman. Never. So how about that? They've lost 5 straight covers on the season, and they only have one win this season over a Power 4 team. Just one win. You know when that was? Week 1 at Clemson. That's it. That's all they got. But their defense has been so good that 10 points is a lot to give up, especially a team like Oklahoma, not a high-flying power offensive team. You know, this is one of those games where if Oklahoma covers, they're going to cover like 24-10. That's what you're going to get. But I don't know. It's a big number. And, of course, Nussmeier's not playing. I don't see anything that says he's playing. Let me just double-check. I know Van Buren, who really does need to play, and I think that is the best thing that they're doing right now. Let me move this over here. That is the best thing that they're doing at LSU, is making sure that this Van Buren kid's playing, because he could end up being the starting quarterback for the team next year, no matter who is the quarterback, the coach for the team. Let's see. I've got here that says, what is this? Expert analysts predict Lane Kiffin's future. Let me move this over here. As I was making my, let's see. Expert analysts predict Lane Kiffin's future decision. Let's see what they say here. I tried it. I forgot LSU. Yeah, big deal there. 3-team race. Yeah, nothing here. Numerous sources, situation told in the last 24 hours that the momentum has shifted in LSU's favor. You know what that means. He's going to Florida. What is this? There was multiple days this week that sources felt like it was trending towards Kiffin taking the job at LSU, only for it to then come across the next day like he was giving real thought to staying at Ole Miss. Look, there is no way. What does it say here? Ole Miss athletic director met with Kiffin, decided he will coach the Egg Bowl, then make an announcement. National analysts locked in predictions. 80 media personalities voting. LSU 60. Florida 5. Wow, look. NFL. That would be kind of interesting. I like that out of the box thinking. Tennessee Titans. That's a nice one. Wow, they're all in on LSU over Florida. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I do think, again, like I said, both places are nightmares to work for in my mind from what I've heard. Maybe if he decides to go to LSU, maybe Florida is a much bigger nightmare. Again, like I said, with the money, and that's where the money comes in too, is if you don't have the proper structure, no matter where you think you might be a good fit, if you don't have the proper finances to compete, and you think it's just too difficult, because you would have to think that was some of the problem with Napier. I don't see a whole bunch of players from other like top players from other programs that played at Florida this past year. I mean, it made a significant dent with the starters. So maybe Kiffin's looking there and going, yeah, I can make him a lot more money at LSU. And because we all know Kiffin at this point is the portal king. Nobody has played the portal like Kiffin. Nobody. So he knows more than any coach how to do it. And so financially speaking, that could definitely be the reason, is I'm going to pick LSU over Florida because I'm not getting anything. I don't know what I'm getting at Florida. I know how much I'm getting at LSU. So, which also could mean if he takes the LSU job, that in 5 years, when Florida maybe, let's say they straighten things out and they get the right AD, the right PD, and they're able to, all of a sudden, look at all this money we have at Florida. All right, it's time for me to go from LSU to Florida. Because I do believe if he goes to Florida, I do believe that is the type of job that he wouldn't leave. That would be his long 10-year run. I don't feel that way if he goes to LSU. All right, OU football could be without a couple of starters. Let's see what they say here. Oh, I can't read this. Is this one of those deals? Expected defensive lineman, defensive back. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Okay. Oh, here it is. LSU is expected to start Michael Van Buren. All right. There you go. Next up. Oh, here's a biggie. My boys, my commies from Vandy. This is it for Pavia. Remember last week we told you that Pavia was going to have a big game in his final game at home against Kentucky. And boy, did he have a big game. And the defense actually came up as well, and he buried Kentucky. Pavia is now 14-3-1. Matter of fact, this could be his, it could be his final road game as a dog. He's 14-3-1 in this spot, because you do wonder if he goes to a bowl and no playoff, that he'd be a favorite. The SEC team, probably a favorite. So here he is, a great role. He's been like this in his career. The only loss this year, we all know what it was, that Alabama game. He's 5-1 ATS in his last 6 at 10. Not him, the team. 5-1, the program. ATS last 6 at Tennessee, so that's good. But that's a lot of big spreads. Here, it's only 3. Keeping in mind, Vandy actually has the better record, 9-2 versus Tennessee. Also, the one that really, a couple of things stick out for me, which is why Vandy is definitely the play. Matter of fact, I came really close to taking Vandy as my wise guy pick, but I did not do that because actually it was down to Vandy was my top was one of my top plays, and they were my runner-up, my wise guy runner-up. So Vandy was my second best pick of the week. My top pick is coming up. But this was a really, I came really close. And a couple of reasons why. Pavia being as a road dog is definitely one of them. Vandy is 7-2-1 against the spread this year. Tennessee 3-6-1. All right, so one team is proving the doubters wrong and doing what they're supposed to do, and another the exact opposite. Now, another reason this season, Tennessee as a home favorite has not covered a game. 0-4 ATS. Okay, then they've won 3 out of those 4, but they're 0-4 ATS. They're also 1-5 ATS at home versus Vandy, because we just told you about Vandy being 5-1. Now check this out. Tennessee is 0-11 against the spread versus a 500 opponent or a winning opponent in the SEC. So basically 0-11 against the spread versus a non-losing SEC team coming off back-to-back straight-up ATS wins. And Vandy, as much as it appeared just for a second that is Vandy kind of running out of steam, no, they're 4-1 straight up, 4-0-1 against the spread in their last 5 games this season. So no, that has not been the case. And Tennessee has not beaten, get this, a winning team all season. How about that? No wins this year versus winning teams. 0-3 straight up, 0-2-1 against the spread versus winning teams. So a lot to like there with Vandy. And throw in the fact that Vandy has lost 6 straight to their rivals. And if they're going to beat Tennessee, well, this is as good as a chance as they're going to have. And Diego Pavia will get one last chance to give the committee some pressure. And I don't know what it would take for Vandy to I think part of what will take for Vandy to get in, just like I said with Texas needing a lot of upsets, some of these other teams just need some upsets. You know, Miami needs upsets, Vandy needs upsets, Utah, those teams. So, yeah, in other words, LSU to beat Oklahoma. That's just a very good example of an upset. Some of those, matter of fact, if you look at the board, I think I took the board off already. I had it here. Let me see. There it is. So if you what the hell happened? There it is. So if you take a look at the board, all right, let's say Mississippi State upsets Ole Miss. I'll tell you this. If Mississippi State upsets Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin leaves, they're out. I don't care what anybody says, because the committee will knock him out, and then the questions will be, did you not consider Ole Miss because Lane Kiffin left? Oh, no, we wouldn't do that. All right, but they would. Oklahoma, if they lose to LSU, definitely out. Notre Dame, they lose to Stanford, definitely out. Alabama, they lose to Auburn, out. And there you go. And those are the only teams on the in. So, and Oregon, if they lose to Washington, definite bubble. Okay, so you put Oregon on the bubble. We know Texas Tech ain't going to lose. And by the way, it's not going to matter, not with their resume. But yeah, it kind of would if they lost to West Virginia, but they're not going to lose. Georgia, not going to matter. They'll still be in, and all these other teams will be in. So that's it. So yeah, so that's what you have to root for if you're Vanderbilt, Miami. You want upsets. You want Mississippi State to win. You want LSU to win, and you want Auburn to win. And if you can get all 3 of them, then you're probably in for sure. If you get 2 of them in, you could be in, because the teams, again, you got Miami right there. I mean, BYU too is right there. You got BYU, Miami, Utah, Vanderbilt. Michigan would be there for sure if they upset Ohio State. And you see where Texas is, but I'm just not saying it. You know, so like Texas would need not only those three teams to get upset, they would need Ohio State to win, get Michigan out of the way, Tennessee to beat Vanderbilt, get Vanderbilt out of the way, and maybe even have Pitt beat Miami, get Miami out of the way, BYU lose one of their two games, get them out of the way, and then Texas has a shot. So they need a lot of help. And I just think they're asking for just way too much, but there you go. I guess anything's possible. So let's move on to the next one, and that's Missouri and Arkansas. As I said, I came close. They were top 10 pick for sure, top 8 pick. That's about the number we talk about each week. They're up to 3 now from 2. Of course, they're going to a bowl. They're also coming off, a loss. And look, I think Drinkwitz and Prabula came back. It didn't matter. And it just shows you because Oklahoma's a heck of a defensive team. Arkansas is the exact opposite. Arkansas is pretty bad defensively. They're as bad as it gets, really, defensively. But Bo Prabula being back, let's see here. This is the latest we got from, let's see if we have anything at all lately. Let's see. Interesting. Missouri makes Eli Drinkwitz decision. What does that mean? Let's see what this is. A rising coach linked to multiple his pivotal decision. Get out of here. Has been a hot commodity when he arrived. Let's see, Drinkwitz is a potential candidate. And if you want to know more about that Penn State job, don't forget we have the Penn State show. We do it twice a week. Dylan and Marty, they will be on Friday afternoon to preview the game against Rutgers. And then they will return on Saturday after the game for the post-game show. And they talk about the coaching situation on every show. So let's see. What else? Do we get anything worthwhile? I love these pop-ups. Get this out of the way. Identify Drinkwitz as one of the top 5 candidates to replace Franklin, placing him second behind Brent Key. Look, after what happened last week in the Pitt game, there is no way. I mean, if you're Penn State, Brent Key is off the list. You just fired a coach who couldn't win the big one. You cannot hire Brent Key now after what happened against Pitt. You just can't do it. Rumors began circulate. Okay, they had a meeting to authorize the move forward with a proposed, not finalized new contract. All right, so that's what it's about. They're basically getting ready to make him a big deal, which always happens. Whether the coach leaves or stays, he's going to get paid, even if his contract isn't running out. Previewing Missouri at Arkansas and all things Missouri. Okay. Man. Oh, don't forget, when we previewed the season for Missouri, here's our boy Ahmad Hardy. Remember when we had him as one of the top transfers in college football, one of the top freshmen in college football last year, somebody who nobody had any idea who he was based on the Sun Belt status at ULM. But we know who he was, and we talked about him before the season began, and now everybody knows who he is. And that's the reason that you tune in here to Proline TV to hear crap like that. Good crap like that. I call that good crap. Let's see if I see anything on Bo. Anything at all on Bo? Let's see. Anything? Removed from SEC. Okay, I don't care about that. He was courageous. Injury comeback. Let's see what this says. Details injury comeback. Went through a hasty and cautious recovery process to get back on the field. Yeah, that didn't work out. It was beyond impressive. So seemingly gruesome injury, blah, blah, blah. Would miss the rest of the season. Thought the same on more of an extreme level, questioning how long it would be before he would walk again. Now he's set to start his second straight game against Arkansas. When it happened, I didn't think I was going to be able to walk again for a long time. Once we figured out that nothing was broken, I was not weight bearing for about 2 weeks. Let's see. His potential for re-injury also made his return a risk. Knowing that was a possibility made his return a sign of bravery. Yeah, and I completely agree. I just wonder why he would start in this game now. Really, why? It doesn't matter. I wouldn't play, and I would not. How can you? How can you have anything negative to say about him? Look, you had the game. You were still trying to be in the playoffs. You had that type of capability. You went out there against a top playoff caliber team, and you gave it your all, and it didn't work out. That's okay. Let's see, 20 of 36, 231, 2 picks. Yeah, and from what I saw, it was kind of expected. Sort of like Mateer in a way. He came back in a game he probably shouldn't have played against one of the better defenses in the country, and he kind of got what he deserved. But it's the second game against a crap. Look, they could even play their rookie quarterback, the freshman, and they'll move the ball against Arkansas's defense. Missouri is 7-0 against the spread as a road favorite since 2022. 1-0 in that role this year. They've beaten Arkansas 8 out of 9, including 3-0 straight up and against the spread the last 3 years. So I like Missouri in the battle line rivalry -3. And even if Arkansas is up in the fourth quarter, don't worry, they'll lose. All right, so here you go. Florida State. We have another rivalry game, and this one's pretty sad rivalry game because this is the state of these two programs. Imagine that. You have a combined 8-14 record. Pathetic. Norville's back, and I'm okay with that. Again, he took the team in the right direction. Would have been in the playoffs if it wasn't for the quarterback going down. Came back the next year when everybody left, and it had a disastrous year. First year in the portal, really trying to do things. It just wasn't good. But you gave them the mulligan this year, and they get off to a great start with the win over Alabama. They're looking good, undefeated, and then it all kind of falls apart. The bugaboo, though, that's really hurting them, which is what we talked about last week, and we hit it right on the head with the NC State win. They have not won a road game since 2023. They are 0-9 straight up, 1-8 against the spread. That is awful. So we went against them last week. Now, the good thing last week was we were getting 6.5. Remember, we couldn't believe the line opened at 4 and it went up to 6.5. It was mind-boggling. And now this is different because we're not getting the benefit of 6.5, 7 points. We're not getting over 2 on the money line. Here it's even. So we're not really able to take advantage of it much. Florida is also 2-9 against the spread. Their last 11 as a home favorite. But they are 6-5 straight up during that stretch. And this is only a 1.5 point line. Remember in the beginning of the season, we talked about how the record probably wasn't going to indicate to us much about the Florida season because their schedule was so hard. And they had one of the hardest schedules in the country. So really, if they had 5 wins, like 5-7, I think would have been okay. Hey, that's based on what the schedule looked like, what the team looked like. Because, yeah, it looked like they were headed in the right direction, but it wasn't like they had this influx of portal cash and they had stars all over the – no, it was like they had pretty much the same team with the hope of a young quarterback developing. That's it. And TJ Lagway is not developed at all. So does he have tools? Of course he does, but it's basically just a year of experience. That's all it is. So he's got 1 year, maybe 2 more years to see if he can make that big jump. But we'll see. I see nothing about his game right now that tells me that he's going to be a successful quarterback on the next level. To me, he looks no different than the backup quarterback for the Packers right now, the former running back turned quarterback. who busted out of Tennessee. Anyway, that's the deal. New coach of Florida. We have no idea who it's going to be, but hey, Florida State, win a road game before I pick you. That's for sure. So I'll take Florida in this one. Oh, and now speaking of rivalries, we got a monster rivalry here. This line is now moved up from 5 to 6. And Bama has beaten Auburn 5 straight. But the home team in this series is 8-0-1 against the spread in the last 9. So the home team is the way to go as far as that trend is concerned. Again, Auburn needs to win to be bowl eligible. They do have a coach who's trying to show the decision makers, hey, I can be you don't have to look outside. I can win the job. Beating Alabama would go a long way to giving him the opportunity to do just that. Because not only do you beat your rivals, but you knock them out of the playoffs. And that would be a hell of a parlay if they can do that. Now, this is important. They turned to their true freshman quarterback last week against Mercer, FCS Mercer, Deuce Knight. Mercer, that's a 9-win FCS team. So it was not a trash team. So all things considered, I mean, Knight had a monster game. He had 4 rushing touchdowns, including he had like a 75-yard touchdown run on the first play of the game, which was the first play of his college career as a starter. He had only played several snaps in the game against Ball State earlier in the season. That's it. Then he gets thrown in and starts against Mercer, has a really big game. The only thing is that all of his big plays really happen as a runner. And now the cat's out of the bag a little bit as far as tape for Alabama. So look, and this is a tough one for me because it's very rare that I do it, but I kind of think Alabama wins a close game. In other words, I think Auburn's the way to go with the points, but I don't think they'll win. I think Alabama was this game. So I don't know. It's one of those things where, because I don't like doing that. I don't like saying, all right, I'm going to take Auburn in the 6, but I'm not taking the money line. I don't think they're going to win. It's like I can't do that. So I'm just better off taking Alabama minus the 6 and maybe they win by 7. And because, again, I think this is going to be a close enough game. Auburn has proven now with Hugh Freeze out that they're just a different team. Now they could score, and we know they can play defense. This is their season. It's their season every season. And in some seasons, it's mattered less. Some has mattered more. But here it does matter because they go to a bowl and they can end a season strong, and that really helped them out. And who knows? Maybe they find a coach. So Alabama's also, this is a negative. They're 0-2-1 as a road favorite this year. Of course, they lost to Florida State week 1. And then they did not cover in close wins to Missouri and South Carolina. So, yeah, in my mind, it's either Alabama or go all in on Auburn. And if you go all in, I take the 2-1 on the money line. But right now, I don't know. I mean, just how crazy would it be? Because if Alabama loses, DeBoer's gone. And now DeBoer becomes, I'm not saying they're going to fire him. I just think DeBoer wants out because he's not going to want to have to deal with that. So, and who knows? Maybe Alabama would be okay. I'm sure they'd probably be okay with it a little bit. But that could definitely be the case. And all of a sudden, DeBoer is now available. And is that and we really don't know what's going on with Penn State. But I think I think a lot of it's going to depend, because I don't think Penn State, from what I hear from Marty and Dylan, they do not want to wait long. Just like we know with Kiffin, let everybody know next week. Alabama at DeBoer, it's like the same thing. I mean, for Penn State, it's the same thing. It's like, well, we got to get a coach in here next week so we can be ready for this recruiting period. So let's just say DeBoer wins and he's in the playoffs. I think that's pretty much eliminated. But what if he loses? That could be open. Now you could be looking at DeBoer getting into the Penn State gig. Like I said, with Drinkwitz, Missouri's going to try to give him, a nice contract and stay there. But how do you know? Drinkwitz looks like he could be the leading contender to go to Penn State, and he'll be all ready to go and sign on the dotted line maybe on Monday. That could definitely be the case. So we'll see. Could be crazy though if Alabama loses this game, and they could. This is not one of those situations where they're a 20-point favorite and, oh yeah, this could be close because it's a rivalry. No, this is like they could lose. And I just think that's crazy considering where they were just a few weeks ago. That's it for the SEC. It only took us a couple hours to get to this point. Let's now, first of all, we're going to let's move over to the standings. And I just want to remind everybody too that just in case you're sneak peeking during our live show, remember that for the on-demand viewers, what I do is at the end of the show, I put markers at the end, at the bottom of I put markers in there. So all you have to do and take a look at the videos, you'll see first hour, we talked about scenarios and this, that, and the other thing. And then SEC, Big Ten, and so forth. So everything is categorized. And if you just want to hear us talk about the SEC, you can click on that marker. And you don't have to be like, oh, I've got 3 or 4 hours of content, and I got to try to find exactly where the game is that I really want information on. Now, Big Ten, and this is also pretty simple with the scenarios. We've kind of known this for a while. So Indiana, Ohio State, we know Indiana will win. And Indiana's playing Purdue is like Tulane playing Charlotte. So it's sort of like North Texas playing Temple. So we kind of know Indiana. Of course, they win and they're in. Ohio State win and they're in. That's simple. That's probably what we'll get. But interesting enough, if Indiana were to get upset by Purdue, not going to happen. They can still go to the Big Ten championship game if Michigan beats Ohio State. Ohio State, meanwhile, can get in if Indiana loses to Purdue, but they also need Oregon to lose. Okay, so if Ohio State gets beaten, upset once again by Michigan, that's the only way they get in. And that's not going to happen. So if Ohio State loses to Michigan, you can kiss their chances of the Big Ten championship game. And you know what? Considering, they'd be in the same situation actually as Texas A&M. So same thing we talked about, would it be better to go there or not? They'd still be in the playoffs. But all right, Oregon, if they have a chance, of course, you got to beat Washington, and then they need Ohio State to lose. Not far-fetched. So for Oregon's point of view, they have still a decent chance of getting to the Big Ten championship game. They've got to get Michigan to upset Ohio State. And, of course, they have to pull off the upset. They have to pull off the win over Washington. And Michigan, if they beat Ohio State, pull off another upset of the Buckeyes, they can get to the championship game if Oregon loses. Okay, so really what we're looking at here now is if Michigan can pull off the upset, then it's all up to Oregon. And Oregon win, and they're in the Big Ten championship against Indiana. And Oregon loss, and Michigan's in the Big Ten championship game. And that is it for the Big Ten scenario. Now let's take a look at the games. Okay. Iowa, Nebraska, not a lot to talk about here. Iowa, hey, that trend worked once again. And we'll be talking about this trend again next year. If for some reason you want to write this down yourself and save it for next year, you can. So, because this one just works all the time. Iowa is now 0-11 at home off of 3 or more straight ATS wins. and 0-2 in that role this year. So they were a 17-point dog last week, and they are so lucky to win the game. It was one of those games where you hate as a fan, outside observer fan, when a long shot like has a favorite down, sort of like Indianapolis against the Chiefs last week. When a dog has a favorite down and they can't finish them off, and you're like, it's so typical. That's why the team's a dog. That's why the team is a loser. I'm not saying the Colts. I'm just saying generally. That's why they couldn't you should have just taken care of them. You couldn't do it. I mean, Iowa had no right to win that game, but it's Iowa and it's Michigan State, and that's what you get. Nebraska, meanwhile, I'm all in on the whole senior day, big win for Penn State. They've got their heads back straight, all that stuff. Great. But it's no excuse for Nebraska to have played like that, even with Rail out. No excuse. I'm sorry, but Matt Rule has not impressed me in the least this season. Not at all. I know how important next season is going to be to Nebraska, and I said all along that Nebraska will make a playoff run next season. And I got to tell you right now, I've lost a little bit of my hope that that's going to happen after what I've seen this season from Matt Rule. That's a team, that's a program that needs more. They need more. They're going to have to strike it with a few key pieces in the portal. Yeah, this game I got no pick there. Indiana, again, they're a big favorite. We expect that. Ohio State and Michigan. So, Buckeyes looking to win their first against Michigan in their fifth try. 4 straight wins. How quickly it happens. I've seen this rivalry. It's just crazy the way. I mean, does it? In a way, it would be nice if the rivalry will get to a position over a 10-year period where 5 wins each. I actually think would be nice, and I say that because I know Ohio State is going to win sometime soon, probably Saturday. And when they do, I just be nice if Michigan they won the next year, or Ohio State won 2 straight, and then Michigan came back and won, and then Ohio State won, and then Michigan won 2 straight. You know what I'm saying? These sways, it's just crazy. And we could all remember last year's win, 19-point road dog, the worst passing offense in college football, basically, and they still pulled off the upset. Matter of fact, Michigan has upset Ohio State in 3 of the 4 games that they've beaten the Buckeyes during this 4-game winning streak. And Ohio State, meanwhile, if you look at them, they're overall, and this is the reason why I'm not sold on Ohio State as I'm not really, I have no idea what to expect from Ohio State as a national championship contender. Because when we look at their resume, they had the big win over Texas to start the season. And when we watched the game, just go back to that game in that week. There was so much buildup, and it was really looking forward to this. And when it was over, it was like, what was that? It's like, what did we just see? It was so bad, so lame. So for both teams, I'm sorry, but that was lame. And then their other 2 wins were against Illinois and Washington. That's it. That's Ohio State's wins this year. Like if Texas had gone on and they would be 10-1 right now and played like they were last year, well, we'd be thinking completely different. But that's just not a very good Texas team they beat earlier this season. And that was probably a really good indication of what we were going to see this season from Texas. Ohio State definitely played a lot better after that. No question about it. And Julian Sayin is the real deal. He is a talented kid. They've got another good quarterback there. Okay. The next step of his development is Saturday. Okay. And this is the real deal now. How is he going to play under the pressure of this rivalry? And it's a road game. Now, I haven't received, I didn't look at the weather forecast. I'm not going to pop it up because it takes a little bit. But check the weather forecast because as of right now, there is a chance of snow showers. And they're saying that indication is that it's going to snow on Saturday, maybe even on Sunday. But they don't know how early it'll snow. And this is always the early game, the noon game. So keep an eye on that. Either way, it's going to be cold. Okay, so you're getting 30s and potential snow. Now, even if it snows, it's only going to be like an inch, that they say. But that was yesterday. So that's what I'm saying. Could be no snow. Maybe it's worse snow. And I got to, and like in any situation, 9 out of 10 times, when the weather becomes a factor, it benefits the underdog. That's just the history of the game of football. So keep that in mind. And especially since the kid saying is a California kid. I'm not sure he's ever thrown the football in the snow before. So keep an eye on that if there is snow. The other thing that's interesting about the game is you have the two quarterbacks from the top quarterback recruits in their respective recruiting season. Okay, so you got the two top quarterback recruits playing each other from the last two recruiting cycles. Both freshmen, saying redshirt freshmen, true freshmen for Michigan, and they go at it on Saturday, and I think that's pretty cool. Saying definitely is advanced at this point. No question, he has the edge there. For Michigan, they still look. They've got enough talent compared to last year on offense. Okay, so they could definitely throw the ball compared to last year. But they're also, and there is explosion to their offense because of their dynamic quarterback. And ever since their young true freshman receiver, Marsh, has taken over, who really was non-existent the first half of the season, which happens a lot in college football. And McCulley's also a really good number 2 for them. Okay, and they got some tight ends that can catch. And look, Marshall looks like he's going to play. No Haynes. Okay, no Justice Haynes. So you got Marshall, and I don't think there's hey, you can't beat Ohio State with Marshall. Yes, you can. So this is not, if Michigan loses, there's not going to be, oh, but we didn't have Justice Haynes. No. Just put it out there. Does not matter. It would be better with Haynes, yes, but Marshall, after what we saw last year, matter of fact, even after what we saw a few years ago with Haskins, Michigan's been able to beat Ohio State with running backs with just as much, if not talent, than Marshall. Because I think Marshall is going to turn out to be a pretty good running back. I think he's going to be a fine pro. I don't think he's got the goods like Haynes, but he's got a different skill set. So I think it'll be just fine. And we all know that in the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, or you should know, especially if you're tuned into this, the team who has the better rushing game wins the game. It's like some incredible number. So that's what it's going to be about, is which team, which defense can stop the opposing's rushing game. And that's actually where Michigan has been able to play better as the seasons wore on, because a lot was thought about with their freshman quarterback, this top recruit of the country, and this kid. And look, I'd be very surprised and extremely disappointed for football's sake if this kid was not the number 1 pick of the draft. But what would it be? It would be because he'd come out in 2028. Very, very disappointed. He's got the goods. He just needs, and I think he's going to take a monster step next year. I really do. But that's next year. And saying, he could be the top pick in 2027. So not only are these kids the top quarterback recruits coming out back-to-back years, you could see the same thing back-to-back first-round draft picks, first overall. So we'll see. Again, like I said, the running game is really where it's all out, though. I know both Tate and Smith were out for Ohio State last week. They got to play. We all know that. But it's not the passing game that wins against these two teams when they play. It's the running game. And the one thing that also that Michigan's done a lot better job of as the season gone on has been their offensive line. They had some big injuries early on. So they've been playing a lot of young kids. I've stressed this out all season. They're the youngest team in the Big Ten. And they can move the ball. The problem for Michigan is they, because they're a young team, even though they can move the ball, to translate that to points has been the problem. So they've had the ability, sort of like the opposite of a defensive team that bends but doesn't break, where they'll let you go from the 20 to the 20, but we're not letting you go once you get to that 30, 20-yard line. Yeah, we're going to hold you to a punt or a field goal. You're not getting in there in an end zone. Well, Michigan's offense is like the opposite in a way, where they can move the ball. They're a bend but don't break offense. I don't know if that term's ever been. That's a new term now. I think you should have for Michigan's offense this season. They're bend but don't break offense, and that's been the problem with them. And we saw them a little bit more. I think they were a little bit more effective last week. And remember when we talked about the game last week, we said that look, I can either see this team being upset or they're going to have their best game of the season, and they went ahead and had their best game of the season. So we'll see whether or not that helps them this week. Oregon and Washington. Another monster game. Again, Oregon has a chance for the Big Ten championship. They need the Buckeyes to lose. If they win, they're in. I'm taking Oregon in this one. Washington 220 on the money line. And we know Washington is without a doubt better at home. But the problem with Washington is I think they're a little bit of a phony. I know they had a big win against UCLA, but that was another game and another instance last week where we had one team that couldn't care less that they were playing. And that's just very disappointing. But that's also part of the new college football that we're dealing with nowadays, is we're dealing with, a lot of these teams, especially these paid teams. And UCLA, they got one big payday quarterback, but they ran out of momentum. This is why Skipper is not a head coach. It was a nice little deal there for a little bit, but they didn't care. They just weren't there. And Washington had a lot more to play for, and there you go. But now we're in a situation where Washington at home, so it's senior day for them. They get a top-ranked type of team coming in, top 10 team coming in. So this is a big deal. You got, these two teams met just a couple of years ago for the championship game. Washington went all the way. That was the Bo Nix and Penix matchup. And Washington went to the championship and lost to Michigan. Oregon did not get to the playoffs. So you know the story there. But last year, a little bit of revenge for Oregon. And now we go at it again. Jed Fish here at home. I can't even believe I'm hearing stuff about Jed Fish leaving. Oh, could Jed Fish, could he possibly take a job? I forget which job. I don't know if UCLA maybe or something like that. It's like, and UCLA is another program with a lot of issues, even though it's a great, on the outside, it is a great opportunity. On the inside, it's like Florida and LSU. It's like there's a shit show going on there, but what a great opportunity I still think it is to be the coach at UCLA. But they've been dealing with this for a very long time at UCLA. It's not something new. But Washington this year, they've only played in 2 games as the dog this year. Okay. They were the dog against Michigan and Ohio State. Both road. One was the road game to Michigan. It was the home game to Ohio State. They lost both games against the spread by 48-13 margin. So I'm taking Oregon. They're coming off. I think it was their best performance of the season. Just happened to be against the USC game, which I liked. And but hey, when you're a talented team and you play your best game of the season as a favorite, that's what you're going to see, like we saw last week. And I think that's good momentum for them coming up this week. But hey, we'll see. Again, Washington, very good home team, but they did lose to Ohio State convincingly when they had to step up in competition. Okay. Penn State. Now, when I was thinking about this number, I actually thought it was going to be right about here. Thought it was going to be 13 or 14. Then I saw it opened at 10, and that really surprised me. Now it's back to where I think it should be, right around here. I still would take Penn State. So I think right now I jump on them at 13. The way they're playing, they've got some purpose back. They've got their identity back. Everything is look. They're still not the team or the caliber of team that we thought they were going to be when the season began. Don't get me wrong. And this also could be their last game. That's something to consider. A lot of these kids, they might hear the whispers, if in fact it's the case, that if they win, they will not go to a bowl. Now, look, I might be wrong. And maybe some other, I know Marty and Dylan kind of feel that at 6-6, they are not going to accept the bowl game. But you never know. They might change their minds and feel that after the way that this team responded, that they deserve to be in a bowl game. But what if they're not? Maybe Penn State plays this game like it's their bowl game. It's their last game. And let's have a really good one. And this is not a good spot for Rutgers. We will see this change because I have no doubt that 3-4 years from now, Greg Schiano will have this program in the top 20. The latest. Okay, because they're going to have a big uptick this offseason when it comes to money, portal money. They had very little portal money this past offseason, which is part of the reason that they struggled once they had some injuries. They're also going to get a quarterback bump. As good as Kalakamanis has been for them the past couple of seasons, that's only because of the fact, two reasons. One, because Rutgers quarterback play has been so bad for so many years that anybody with any sort of talent looked like he was better than he really was. And two, when you got receivers like Strong and Duff, I mean, come on. You got two of the top. There are, you can count on one hand the number of teams in college football that have two receivers on the same team as talented as those guys. So that's a big help for Kalakamanis as well. But AJ Sarace is the next step up in an evolution of the Rutgers quarterback spot. This is AJ Sarace is going to have an opportunity to be the best quarterback that's ever been at the program, if it all goes well. That's how much talent he has. Look, he's still a smallish kind of kid. I'm not talking about an NFL player. I'm talking about a kid, though. And look, I do believe that if all goes well, he will be an NFL backup type of deal. But we're not looking at some sort of superstar player. I'm just saying for them, for Rutgers, he'll be a big deal for them starting next season. And they'll have a lot more cash and it'll be a better team. But until then, and so far, and don't forget, a lot of these trends have gone from those first few seasons, which were really early when he returned. So when he returned in 2020, in his 16 games as a home dog, 3-13 against the spread, 0-2 this year. Penn State, meanwhile, 14-5 against the spread as a road favorite since 2022. They've beaten Rutgers 17 straight times. If Rutgers wins, they're going to a bowl. But I don't think that's going to happen. Not the way Penn State's been able to turn things around. Look, I will give Schiano and Rutgers some credit. That was a 10-7 game in the third quarter, almost mid-third quarter, against the number one team in the country. And Rutgers had a couple of chances in that game early that they blew. They had some stupid plays, and your quarterback didn't respond. He didn't have like, hey, if you're going to pull off an upset, your quarterback's got to have the best game of the season, and you can't do stupid things. And, well, the quarterback didn't play all that well, and they made some stupid plays. And even then, they were still 10-7 in the third. But as soon as Ohio State took that 2-score lead, it was over, and then boom, it was touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. So if Rutgers can play like that this week at home against Penn State, we might see a 4-quarter game. It's possible. But I still think Penn State's the way to go. Meanwhile, Wisconsin, we'll find out what happens next year, whether or not Luke Fickell decides to wisen up and remember Wisconsin roots. We'll see if he does that. Here, I don't know really. Kind of the same thing. And here, it's too bad that it's a really big rivalry game, and yet I have no interest unless this is a lot closer at halftime than most people think. And who knows? Maybe this was a look ahead for UCLA, the way they played last week. I don't know. USC should have no problem here. And taking a look at the rivalry, it's the Victory Bell, the road team, 5-0, straight up and against the spread the last 5 years. So how about that? So if UCLA continues that, that's 10-1 on the money line. Boy, would that change a lot, because USC went into the game last week, and you have to keep this in mind. They still had a lot to play for. It was still playoffs on the line. You beat Oregon. You're right there. You're probably in the playoffs as of today, and they lose that game. And again, we talked about the injuries, so I'm not sure if any of those players are going to play this week. I doubt it. And then you get the letdown, even though it's a rivalry game. You're expected to win. It's a blowout type of number. So, yeah. All I'm saying is, if UCLA, like I said, if they were looking ahead, couldn't care less about Washington. It was all about USC this week. And if USC has a letdown, then maybe we have, because it's a rivalry, maybe we have a 4-quarter football game. So you might want to take that into consideration. I would say this: we're going to find everything out in the first quarter. If it's an even game in the first quarter, or it's 10-7 USC in the first quarter, we might have a 4-quarter game. But it could also be 21-0 USC at the end of the first quarter. So UCLA 0-8 straight up, 1-7 against the spread versus current winning teams this year. So even though they had that big win against Penn State, right now, when you look at their wins, you look at their schedule this year, all the teams' records, they have not beaten a winning team all season. Current winning team. They've now, and right now they're on a 4-game losing streak and a 5-game spread losing streak as well. So now you know why the number is the way that it is. All right. Let's talk about the ACC now. And let's put this mark right about here. It's too bad for Wake Forest is 4-3. The way they're playing. I mean, they're playing Duke. We'll get into that one. They're the team that actually deserves to be, have an actual shot, not Duke. And maybe that's why Wake Forest will beat Duke, because we'll get into that. Anyway, so let's take a look at the scenarios. So it's actually pretty simple for the teams at the top, but should you expect anything simple at the ACC? I do not. Oh, before we get to the ACC, I want to reach out to one of our viewers, John Putnam. Winners. We want winners. Great job as always, friend. So that's John Putnam, 4698. Appreciate that, John. We'll do our best. All right. So Virginia, SMU, if they win, they're in. And that's the matchup we'll get for the championship game of the ACC, in which Virginia will win. Okay. Now, Virginia can also get in if SMU and Pitt lose and North Carolina wins, which really means if SMU, Pitt, and NC State lose. So they need all 3 of those to lose, and I think that's asking way too much. So just take care of business, win your game, and you're in. SMU, meanwhile, they could also get in like Virginia, but they need more help. So same thing. If you want to get in, just take care of business both teams are double-digit favorites. Pitt, they're playing Miami. If they beat Miami, They're in the ACC championship game if Virginia loses to Virginia Tech or SMU loses to Cal. Either or, Pitt's in the championship game. Believe this or not, Duke, which has played awful football, especially on defense lately, they're actually an ACC championship team if they beat Wake Forest and then they get a Pitt and SMU loss. Now, the Pitt loss is okay. Well, that's okay. They're the dog. They're supposed to lose to Miami. That's okay. So let's just say, okay, they lose. They basically just need one upset. They need Cal to upset SMU. And so if Cal were to upset SMU and Duke beats Wake Forest, Duke's in the ACC championship game. Now for Miami, they got to beat Pitt, but then they would need Virginia to get upset to Virginia Tech, Duke to lose to Wake, and then SMU actually win tiebreaker wise. Okay. So SMU, heavy favorite. Okay. Duke loses to Wake. No big deal, right? The biggest one is Virginia. So that's the big one. So Miami's also not in a bad, it could be a lot worse because the other scenario, they do have another scenario, but that's the worst thing. That's where they do a lot of really weird computer stuff. But they have a legitimate chance, but the big one is they got Virginia Tech. They have to pull that upset. And then the other ones, you have Georgia Tech, the last one. They need Pitt to upset Miami. And then they need Cal to upset SMU and Virginia Tech to upset Virginia. So Georgia Tech needs 3 upsets. Okay, they need Pitt, and they're not playing an ACC game, so they don't control anything. So all they're doing is watching when it's time for these games to be on. So they need 3 upsets. They need Cal, Virginia Tech, and Pitt to win. So they're in big trouble. Okay. So that's the ACC. We have one more to go in the Power 4, but before we do that with the Big 12, let's take a look at these games. Okay, let's move this over. All right. Oh, I was talking Big 12. I had that in my head. All right, so we already talked about the Georgia Tech-Georgia game. Now, here's the Miami-Pitt game. All right, so this one, Saturday at 12. Pitt, the one thing that sticks out here trend-wise, if you take a look at it, Pitt has been a home dog twice this year, and they lost both games, both covers. They lost to Louisville by 7, I believe, and they got crushed by Notre Dame. So this has not been a good role for them when they have to go up in competition at home. And that's what Miami is. It's up to 7 now from 6. Miami is tough to play, though. This is a game that I can't take Miami. And I personally can't take Miami because I just took Georgia Tech big last week, as you know. And it had nothing to do with Pitt. As you know, following me here the past, really for the whole run by this freshman kid from Pitt, we've been all over it. We had them pull off the upset against Florida State. Matter of fact, I think there had been no time that when there was a Pitt game going on, ever since they made the switch to the Heinzel kid, that we did not take Pitt if we were taking the game. And we cover all the games. The only one that we went against them was the Georgia Tech game, but that was more pro Georgia Tech than against Pitt. So for me, because Miami has been so heckle and jekyll, and they do these things. This is what Miami has done. Remember, don't forget last year. All you had to do was beat Syracuse in the ACC championship game, and they couldn't do it. So that's the thing hovering around the university. And that's what the talk shows are about, even though they don't control their own destiny, which is probably a good thing. They need to win. They all know it, but they can win the game, and they're not going to the championship game. But it still matters as far as the pressure, because they could still go to the playoffs. All right. So again, like I said, if they get upsets, we talked about those upsets, the teams like Miami and BYU and Utah and Vanderbilt and so forth, if they can get those upsets that we talked about, they have a chance. Of course, you got to win these games first to put yourself in that spot. And we'll see. Again, if I took the game, I would take Pitt because I don't trust Miami in this spot. And I might even take the 2-1 on the money line just in case. But Miami is the better team and they're the more talented team. We'll find out whether or not they can prove it. And then here's another thing too, is and this is the reason why I'm concerned, because last week against an inferior team like Virginia Tech, knowing how style points are so important, as soon as they got up to that big 17-point lead, and it was like, I don't know, after the second quarter, that's it. They were not capable of turning 17 into 34-point lead when that would have been a big help to them. Instead, they held on. Virginia Tech scored like a late garbage touchdown. And then they had the ball with a chance to score, onside kick, score, that kind of thing. And they let Virginia Tech hang around like that. You can't. You really needed to blow out Virginia Tech. You needed style points. They had no style points in the win last week. That concerns me because now they're stepping up in competition after the way Pitt played last week. Yeah, that's why I said, if I'm taking this game, I'm taking Pitt. We talked about this one. Nobody cares about that one. And in this one, I'm taking Wake. And this line, what a dramatic move. From 3 Duke to 1 Wake. How about that? And no surprise, right? Because Jake Dickert has done a masterful job this season for the Deacons. They've won 3 straight, ATS straight up, by a 96-35 margin. Duke, meanwhile, again, as I said, the defense has really let them down. They have a chance for an ACC championship game, believe it or not. And this has been a really good trend roll for them. 12-1 against the spread when they take on a conference opponent in a revenge situation off of a double-digit straight-up win. Duke is 1-0 in that roll already this year. Again, 12-1 in the last 13. In saying that, Wake has covered 7 out of 8, and they get an opportunity to spoil Duke and any chance they have for a championship game. And I'll agree with that line move. 3 Duke to 1 Wake. We talked about this one, and here's the big one. I told you that, I held out for my best pick of the week, and this is it. So I'm actually surprised at myself that I went this way, but out of all the games that I liked, that it all came down to it, what I noticed on those games was a couple things. Remember, I really liked Missouri against Arkansas, but it was like, am I sure Missouri is going to give it their best all? Because Arkansas might want to be in a situation where, well, we need a win before the season. We're on an 8-game losing streak, whatever. We need something. And what is Missouri really playing for? Again, I'm going to take Missouri. I like them a lot. But when you get to those, like, hey, when you got 5 or 6 picks and you got to narrow them into one, you're going to nitpick each one of them. And you got to find out which one makes the most sense or the least amount of nitpicking working against them. And so that was one thing for Missouri. And then for some of the others, like even A&M was on the board. And I was like, yeah, but because that to me is like a win, 2.5. So I'm like, yeah, as much as I like them to win this game, we are talking about Texas. And again, I think they're going to lose once. So I'm a little bit, and that's a really good team compared to other teams I could choose. It's the one thing I don't like to do is go against, like for instance, when I went with Vanderbilt against Alabama, it was more about Vanderbilt. But when you do that, you're going up against Alabama, and that cost me at the end. So that's the thing. It's like, well, I like Missouri a lot. I like A&M a lot. I liked Vanderbilt, which I almost went with. But again, they were also going up against Tennessee, and it was on the road, and that's a good team. And there was another one in there. I can't remember which one it was. I don't know if I wrote it down, but there was another one in there as well. And then I just said, you know what, with Virginia Tech, this is the best situation I have where I've got a good team against a bad team. And the good team is home. And the good team is playing for an awful lot. And the bad team is playing for nothing except this game. So I've kind of checked marks off. You know, they need the game. They're at home. That's a bad team they're playing. So I was like, well, yeah. I think I'd rather go against Virginia Tech than go against Texas or go against Tennessee. So when it all came down to it, that's the reason I went and decided Virginia. Also, I did have Virginia as my top pick for my Wise Guy contest when in their upset win over Duke. And I like to keep that positive momentum going. So we'll see. Now, here's the thing that worries me the most. If you're unfamiliar with the rivalry, let me familiarize yourself. Virginia Tech is 23-2 straight up, 18-7 against the spread the last 25 matchups with Virginia. 23-2. The last loss was in 2019. And then the last 2 years, which happens to be the only 2 years that head coach Tony Elliott's been on the sidelines for Virginia, Virginia Tech has won by a 92-34 margin. So, I'll say this. This is also, not only is this going to be a pick for me, but like I said, it's going to be my top pick. And it is extremely rare for me, even just in a regular pick situation, for me to go against a rivalry situation where one team has had their number against the other team, and the team that is getting beat up all the time becomes the favorite. And not just a favorite, but a big favorite. This is something I never do. And now it's my pick of the week. So why am I doing it? Well, I've already given you a few reasons why. But the other reason is I'm just going to look at it from this perspective. I have a good feeling about this team, even compared to Georgia Tech. I saw what happened to Georgia Tech, and that should be a big warning, right? Hey, look what happened to Georgia Tech. And they were just 2.5. That was but I mean, pressure-wise. The pressure really comes when you're 10 and you're not used to beating this team. But there's something about this Virginia team this season, mentally tough team, that I think that to me is the reason why I feel I can do this. Now, Saturday night comes, and all of a sudden, it's like, I can't believe it's deja vu. I can't believe Virginia played like that. I should have known this was coming. Why didn't I see this? I did see it. Why did I make this pick? And I've said stuff like that for 35 years, 40 years. Okay. So haven't I learned my lesson? But I think this is one of the things that I bring up every year. And I bring it up even when I talk with Mark, Jim Feist, anybody, especially these guys. But the thing is, whatever your system is, if you're somebody that handicaps a lot, you're somebody that likes to play the games a lot, you like to gamble a lot responsibly, the thing that is really important is because everybody has their own system. Everybody has the thing that just they believe in. This is my thing. I like doing it. These are my tools. This is how I come up with my picks, whatever the case may be. And that's what you go with. And If that's what it is, then you do it. You don't change it. Unless you want to completely change your philosophy overnight, which is okay. But if you're saying, I've done this for so long and it's not working, I'm changing to this, then fine, change to that. But either way, let's say you change to that. You don't change for that in one game and then go back. You change completely and go all in on it. Same thing if you believe in what you're doing, you don't deviate. And so what I'm trying to say is that even though I was supremely let down last week by Georgia Tech, it's very rare for me, extremely rare, to like a game as much as I like Georgia Tech last year, to be involved in a team as long as I've been involved with a team like that has been really good to me financially. And for them to not just lose the game, I've lost games many times before in these situations, but to get blown out, even though they came back and made a game of it, but to get blown out that early in that game and to lose the game just like that, something that's just really, I'm not sure if I've ever experienced something like that, ever. So I'm not going to think, oh, it's going to happen again. No. Will they win and not cover? Sure. That could definitely happen. But do I think they're going to come out and pull the same kind of performance? No, I do not think so. And if anything, again, you always have to learn from you can learn from your wins and you learn from your losses. And most of the time, you learn more from your losses because they sting more. So you don't want to feel that way again. So you're really more seriously invested in making sure you don't feel that way again. And so you dig more deeper and think about, okay, what is it about them that I like more? And that's what I'm telling you, is that this is a mentally tough team. They've won overtime after close game. Georgia Tech's won close games. We get that. But they've also, if you take a look at Georgia Tech's body of work, there's issues there. Again, I talked about the defense, the quality of opponents, things like that. There's a lot of little things that, I mean, look, should they have been a contender in the ACC? Yes. But hey, should they have been 9-1? Hey, we win, we're in the championship game? No, probably not. But the way the schedule worked out, hey, maybe if they had played Pitt a month ago, maybe they would have lost that game and it'd come in a different, but hey, it is what it is. It ended Virginia. I just think that this is more of a team that I can't say I believe in them more than I believe in Georgia Tech because that was a 3-year deal. This is just a 1-season deal for me. I had them big time against Florida State. That's really where it began. And I've had a lot of success with them this year. And then we just talked about the Duke win. But the thing that I like I said, is I like their resiliency. I think that even though Brent Key is potentially going to be the next coach at Penn State, which I think is just ludicrous, as I said, and I don't think that's happening. Tony Elliott this is the first year of Tony Elliott building something. Brent Key was on really his 3rd year of building something. So Elliott, as we said, with these stats, with these losses to Virginia Tech, things were not going well. Even though you saw some positive signs last year, everything really positive happened this year. And the biggest reason of all that was the acquisition of Chandler Morris, a quarterback. They have a really nice runner in the backfield. They don't have great weapons on offense as far as receivers. They've got an underwhelming offensive line unit that was banged up early in the season, but they've done a great job with depth there. And again, I just think that they're a fine-tuned team this season that is going to be playing at home on senior night for everything for them. But what I do like I said, more than anything, is that no team in the country has had more big, close games and wins versus losses than Virginia. And I believe that they're going to make something of that. I really do. And again, I think the timing is well. Maybe it's just bad timing for Georgia Tech, as I said. Probably been better off if they had lost that Pitt game a month ago, like I said. But hey, that's timing. And I'm looking at this one and I'm saying Elliott's going up against an interim head coach. He's not even going up against a head coach. James Franklin will be the head coach of Virginia Tech next year. Okay. Not this year. Tony Elliott has to win this game. Not only does he have to win this game, but they've got to blow this team out. I actually will feel like, in a way, it'll be a loss if this game is, I don't know, let's just say it's 27-24 in the fourth quarter. Virginia scores late, and they wind up covering the game, winning the game by 13, and that's it. That's the end of the game, that sort of thing. To me, it'll be like sort of like a loss. It'll be a nice win. I'll take it. But I'll be honest with you. I am not taking this game believing that, I think they'll win this game by like 14 or 17. That's not why I'm taking this game. I'm taking this game because I believe that they are going to take it out on Virginia Tech. They're going to take it out on the fact that they've only won twice in the last 25 games. And that, because again, you got all these close games, and I can see a lot of people, and look, like I said, maybe I'm naive to think that a team that's played so many close games is actually going to be involved in a laugher. But that is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at in a rivalry situation where one team is playing an inferior opponent that is not anywhere near as talented as them, that just is not really anywhere near the coaching ability right now of this other team. And the only thing they have going for them is it's a rivalry game, and they own the rivalry. That's it. That's all they have going for them. And if Virginia does not win this game easily, because they are going to come into this game just like Virginia Tech, rivalry game, and you're going to play your best. And since Virginia is clearly better than Virginia Tech this year, and we know we're going to get their best, that if they can't win this game before the fourth quarter, then that means that there's choking going on at some level, and maybe even there's some poor coaching, and that could happen. But I'm looking at it as, I believe in Tony Elliott. I think this is the beginning of him developing as the program, and that's why I feel confident they're going to get this job done. So I think the one that really the one that really did it for me was, you can't lose to a team with an interim coach. You can't be in a 4-quarter game with an interim coach when you have the class of the team. This is the best team maybe in the conference. And I actually think right now they are. I don't think it's by a wide margin. I don't think any of these teams are better than anybody by a wide margin. But I think even Miami, and we're talking ACC though, I think nationally, sure, I think Miami is the team that has the best chance of doing something special if they can get on a run and be in the playoffs. But in the ACC, I think Virginia is the best team right now. If we pop up their schedule, I'd say Virginia's 1. Look, just like it is here. I'd go Pitt 2. Yeah, you know what? I say Pitt 2. I'd still take Miami 3 over SMU. Only because even though SMU beat them, I think SMU is very fortunate to win that game. I mean, the game was over, except for the penalty. And the penalty it wasn't like SMU did anything. You know, it's like they got a break. That's it. They got a break. And because of a penalty that had nothing to do with SMU, they were able to win that game. So I still think Miami put them over SMU and then Georgia Tech. And honestly, I'd probably put Wake Forest tied with Georgia Tech, just like they were in a game. Don't forget, that was an overtime game earlier this season. Wake went for 2, didn't have to, and Georgia Tech remained. That's why I'm saying I think Georgia Tech would have been better off earlier in the season if they would have, say, lost that Wake Forest game. And they wouldn't have been like this team that had all this success early, because sooner or later, because they're not that good, sooner or later, they were going to lose another game. And it just happened to be the worst possible time in the last game of the season in the conference. Okay, so let's move out of here. So there you go. We'll see. I think it's look. I'm going to be very interested to see how it all unfolds on Saturday night, to see whether or not Virginia does what I think that they should do. And I say this: this game is going to be completely. Matter of fact, I tell you what I might do is I might do, and I don't do it often, but I might do a first quarter hedge on Virginia Tech, because if Virginia takes. I even think if Virginia takes a 7-point lead in this game and gets the ball back, I think they're going to cruise and win this game easy. But Virginia Tech, in order to maintain the upset here or a close win, hey, Virginia beats Virginia Tech 31-30 in overtime. Hey, Virginia does it again. Of course they're going to win in overtime to get them to the, even though I think it to really be poetic for Virginia is if they win the ACC championship game in overtime. But in order for Virginia Tech to keep this a really close game, it's going to have to start off close. Because they're going to need immediately to put doubt in Virginia right off the bat. Maybe even get the ball, march right down the field, score a touchdown, and put Virginia all of a sudden thinking, oh my goodness, here it goes again. That would be my worst nightmare, just like Virginia's. So that's why I'm thinking a first quarter hedge may not be bad. Or, first half, I don't know how many points you get, that sort of thing, but it is a big number. So it might be 3.5. I don't know what the quarters are, but that's how significant it is. I do believe that. I think if Virginia Tech can win the quarter, then I think I'm going to be in trouble and probably going to lose the game. So I might as well capitalize on it with some sort of hedge in the first quarter. I don't do that very often, but I think it is something to consider. Here we go with the big rivalry game. First one for Belichick. Tar Heels not eligible for a bowl. It looked like they had Duke last week. And unfortunately, North Carolina just keeps finding ways to lose games this season. And that's because I think it's a big learning process for Bill and the players, and he doesn't have the players yet. But I haven't changed my mind from a few weeks ago, meaning that I still think that next year this is going to be a team to look out for in the ACC. I think that, look, we're going to know in the offseason, portal-wise, but I suspect they're going to have some money, and I suspect that we're going to see a new quarterback in North Carolina. That's the thing. See, Lopez is a young quarterback, but I don't think there's any chance Bill Belichick is going to just go, okay, let's just go back to Lopez and hope he develops. No way. You got to find a really good quarterback there. And I think that if you can do that, it looks like they got a nice little running back. We know they can play defense. We know that they're going to play even better defense next year. And if you're a portal kid or even a recruit and you're a linebacker especially, you would be so ignorant if you didn't figure out where to go. That's where I would go. If I'm trying to develop into an NFL linebacker and I'm in college, I'm going to North Carolina, man. So he should be able to get some really he's already developed some nice young defensive players this year. So I suspect that's going to continue. Now you just got to get yourself a quarterback. And you don't even need to spend a gazillion bucks on a quarterback. You just need to go out there and spend a decent amount on a decent quarterback transfer. You do that, you step up in that department, I think you'll be fine. Now, in this matchup, NC State got the win last week, so they're already bowl eligible. But in this series, check this out. The dog in the series has covered 20 of the last 26 with 16 outright upsets. How about that? So I'm going to take that side. I'll take North Carolina plus the 250 on the money line. Speaking of upsets, yes, I'm taking Cal. Justin Wilcox. How about this? Justin Wilcox has the team in a bowl and he gets fired. But he gets fired because they lost to their rivals. And that really is not good. You can't lose to your rivals, especially nowadays. And that's exactly what happened to Cal. So as you can see here, Clemson, Louisville, Cal, NC State, they're all bowl eligible. Here are all the teams that are not. FSU is the only team that has a chance for a bowl at 5-6. All the rest of the teams. Look, Syracuse went. It was all Angeli. And I tell you what, I'm a Syracuse fan. I'm being pretty excited about the possibility of Angeli being my quarterback for the next couple of years. They're going to be a good team with that quarterback. You just got to stay healthy. But the real deal here for Cal is how are they going to respond with Wilcox gone? Now, normally you fire a coach, you bring, the next week you should be fired up. And I actually suspect that's what you'll see. You had the loss to Stanford, so that was not good. It got your coach fired. You have a talented quarterback, a young freshman. Who knows what's going to happen there? Because some of they've been talking about even Deshaun Jackson returning to his alma mater to coach. I haven't heard a whole lot of big name. Matter of fact, isn't Ron Rivera on the committee or something? So why don't you just give Ron Rivera the job? But because especially with some of the names I'm hearing, because I don't know if Cal's a great job. And I don't even know if they're going to keep this quarterback. They lost Mendoza. So they better get the right guy or else this kid's going to be gone too. Maybe we'll go to North Carolina. They did play this year. So, and they're both in the same conference now. SMU beat Cal last year 38-6. So that should wake up some Cal players this week. But SMU's on a roll. They've won 3 straight up ATS by a 109-39 margin. And that's the reason why these odds have catapulted to 13.5. Of course, we took Cal in the big upset against Louisville. That was one of our top upset plays of the year. And it's kind of hard to do 2 double-digit upset plays, but can be done. It's been enough time since the Louisville upset. And even though this game doesn't mean anything, they know how big this game is for SMU, who beat them up last year. So, you would hope that the team would respond. There's reasons for them for you to believe that they would. I still think this team gets disrespected most of the time because this has been, again, this is a bowl team. And when you take a look at Cal, a lot of times you seem to be very disrespected, like they're not. I look at this game pretty simply. You don't have to invest a lot. It's an upset play. If this was, hey, I'm thinking Cal is my 5-star play, they're a 3-point dog. Well, that's a lot different. But at 4-1 on the money line, I definitely think it's worth the risk because, as I said, I'm not overly enamored with SMU. I will say this, though. If SMU wins and blows out Cal, and we would look back and we go, oh, yeah, Cal gave up after Wilcox and they were bowl eligible. Remember, Cal's going to a bowl. So this isn't it for them. If they had 4 wins, I could see them, all right, what are we playing for? The coach is gone. This could be ugly. But it's not like they're gonna not play against SMU and then not play in the bowl game. There's still a lot to play for. You got a game against a top team. You got a bowl game. So, and look, it's senior day. So come on. I expect Cal to give some effort here. And if they do, this could be an upset play. So I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice on Cal at 4-1. Look, Notre Dame in this one is very much like some of those other big favorites, like Texas Tech, Tulane, North Texas. They're going to win. But yeah, wouldn't it be crazy if they didn't? Now, Stanford has been quite the home dog this year. Matter of fact, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've only had one game where they didn't cover as a home dog, and they didn't cover by like a point to Pitt. I think they were like 13-point dog and lost by 14, something like that. So they've upset Florida State. They've upset Cal. So, yeah. But after the way Notre Dame looked last week, they mean business. It is a lot of points, though. That's why I'm just staying away from this one. I liked the game last week, as we talked about, even though it was 35. But that was at home. Syracuse was terrible. This week, again, Stanford's actually playing better than Syracuse, and they have all those nice upset covers at home. So I would just, I'd probably stay away from that one. Okay, Big 12. Let's get to the Big 12. And we still have an hour and 15 minutes to go before Thanksgiving. So here are all the bowl-eligible teams. Let's see, all the way down to TCU. So a lot of bowl-eligible teams here. Then you have Baylor, Kansas, and Central Florida all need a win for bowl eligibility. All right. The other three teams don't have a shot. And as far as the conference, let's get into the scenarios. All right. It's easy for Texas Tech. And it's easy for BYU. It's plain and simple. They're both heavy favorites. And if Texas Tech and BYU win as heavy favorites, they are in the championship game. What it also means is, I tell you what this means for Texas Tech. I really believe if Texas Tech wins this game, they're in the playoffs. The way that they have destroyed teams this year, it would be really, I can't see it. I can't see as impressively a season as Texas Tech has had, that if they were to lose the championship game, that they would be knocked out of the playoffs, even as a Big 12 team. Now, BYU, on the other hand, that's different. BYU is going to have to probably win the Big 12 championship to get in. I do not think they'll get in with 2 losses. The only thing, though, is what if they have a record of 11-2, and the only 2 losses were against the same top 5 ranked Texas Tech? That is going to give them some, I do wonder, though, if they'd have to have a close loss because they got blown out the first time. I think if they were to play Texas Tech in the championship game and lose a 4-quarter game, they're going to have a good reason to get into the playoffs. So, again, another team to worry about. But Texas Tech win, BYU win, they will play each other. Now, here's another thing. Both of these teams can also get in if Arizona State loses. Okay? Now, that is because that would leave Utah all alone. I guess. Let's say they win. Because if they lose, then it's easy because they would be the only 2 lost teams. See? Okay? So it's real easy. So if Arizona State loses, they go to 3 losses. So if Utah loses, they've got 3 losses, and we know the 2 teams are in with even if 2 losses. But let's say Utah wins and Arizona State loses, and there's a tie. Well, the problem is Utah lost to both of them. So there you go. So it's actually looking pretty good for BYU and Texas Tech, but not perfect. That's because there's some unlikely scenarios, like, and I will even add in BYU, like another way they can get in besides that easy way is if Texas Tech were to lose. But the funny thing is I gave you the most likely scenarios. You're going to see Texas Tech and BYU. Okay. The only way you don't, though, let's say Arizona State beats Arizona. Okay. Now, if that happens, then there's a little bit more uncertainty. The problem is there's out of the different ways that Arizona State can get in or Utah can get in, it's needing a Texas Tech loss. And that's just not happening. So that's the reason why it really is looking awfully good for Texas Tech and BYU in the Big 12. Because I'm sorry. It's just the way that it is. Because there's too many. It's sort of like teams that are hoping for Tulane to lose or North Texas to lose and so forth and so on. It's just not going to happen. So, but the question for Utah is going to be, they have to look at, can we get to the playoffs? And if you take a look at the game that they're playing, I think that's the first game that's going to pop up. So they're a 10.5-point favorite, down from 13. Not sure why. Down from 13. Maybe it's because Kansas needs to win for bowl eligibility. And most people thinking, well, Utah not going to really have a chance to go to the championship game. But once again, they still have a chance to go to the playoffs. So this is a huge game for Utah. Another thing is, how do they respond with the crazy late? Well, I think that was an early game. It was a 3:30 game Eastern time. But the loss to Kansas State, the win to Kansas State last week was incredible. I mean, that game looked like it was over. Kansas State looked like they were going to win. You had a terrible call by the official that kind of changed a little bit of the momentum that went Utah's way. But another one of those situations I was talking about before, where you had a dog that had control of a favorite, and the favorite still found a way to win. This is the same thing. Utah had no right winning this game, and they came back to win. And it's just a crazy game. Kansas, meanwhile, laid a complete egg last week against Iowa State. Iowa State with nothing to play for. Nothing except senior day, which is important, but still nothing to play for. And Kansas was never in the game. They have now lost, the last two, chance for a bowl. And keep this in mind, they do not have a win versus a Power 4 winning team this season. And now you expect them to beat Utah when Utah needs the game for a potential playoff berth? No. I don't know why the line's coming down. So I definitely would take Utah in this spot. Look, I'm a Lance Leipold fan. I think he's done a tremendous job at Kansas, but I'm not seeing it. I'm just not. I think if they were going to have their moment, I think we would have saw it last week. And here we go with another rivalry. Arizona State. Boy, Brent Brennan. Now you can see why we said this before the season began. This was a team to keep an eye on, because Brennan is a really underrated coach. Did a nice turnaround, an incredible turnaround at San Jose State. You had to forget last year. He came in late. That was a bad situation, but he had the full offseason this season, and boy, did he get to work and do a great job getting this team to 8-3. They've won 4 straight by a 147-78 margin. So they're playing their best football of the year. Arizona State, meanwhile, they have won 3 straight after the loss to Houston, and they lost their quarterback. Jeff Sims has stepped in. He's done a nice job. But now, we get to a big rivalry game here. And Arizona State has one of those really crazy chances to, matter of fact, I think they also need Texas Tech to lose. Let's double check. Okay. Actually, if you look at it, Arizona State has the best chance to go into the Big 12 championship game outside of Texas Tech and BYU, because the odds favor, if you're looking for an upset, will UCF upset BYU or West Virginia upset Texas Tech? Most people would say, okay, UCF has a much better chance to pull off the upset against BYU, even though UCF's on the road. And if you think that way, then that's why if Arizona State beats Arizona and BYU gets upset, Arizona State goes to the Big 12 championship game. But once again, we didn't really get into it too much because you're going to need these big upsets for all that to happen. Meanwhile, Arizona State has a couple. Well, actually, right now they only have one thing going for them. They have two things going for them. 3-1 straight up as dogs this year. Straight up. They started as a 1-point favorite. They're now a 1.5-point dog. So the line has actually switched about 3 points. And who knows? It could switch back. It's possible. But here, how about this? This is a bad one for Arizona. 1-13 against the spread is a conference road dog of less than 19 when they take on an opponent off back-to-back straight-up wins. Again, conference road dog, less than 19, taking on an opponent coming off consecutive wins. 0-1 this year in that role. So it's 1-13. What favors Arizona, because this is going to be important to see who's the favorite kickoff. The favorite in the series has won 7 straight. Okay. So that's looking good for Arizona. Look, Arizona, they're both playing good football right now, but Arizona is playing the best that we've seen Arizona play in years. They are really dialed in right now. Their confidence is through the roof. I think Arizona State is also, we know they're well coached, but without Levitt, and I don't even know if Tyson's playing. Has Tyson been playing? I know he didn't play a couple weeks ago. I don't know. Did Tyson play last week? Let's see. Jordan Tyson. Okay. Who cares about that? I don't care about Deion Sanders right now this week. Let's see. Does it say if he's going to play this week or is he out officially? Let's see what's going on with Tyson. Oh, these damn pop-ups. That's it. Come on, you going to say anything? There you go. Anything? No. Complete waste. Thank you for that waste of time. Give me this. Actually, I can just check here. I know you can't see it, but it'll take me 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, he did come back last week against Colorado. Sparingly. Didn't just played a little bit, it looks like. He only had a couple catches, but that's a good sign. All right. So that's good. Again, I don't think Jeff Sims can get him the ball very well, but definitely a good sign. Okay. Still, if I'm picking the game, I'm got to take Arizona, but this is a real close one. The Territorial Cup. I just think it's too flip of the coinish for me. But I would lean towards Arizona. Next up, here's the Texas Tech game. Now check this out. Texas Tech, all 10 wins this year have been by 22 or more points. How about that? All 10 wins by 22 or more points. Of course, they had a loss, but whenever they win, hey, 23.5, we can cover that. They are 4-0 straight up ATS last 4 since the Arizona State loss by a 162-36 margin. West Virginia, meanwhile, was playing their best football of the year. Rich Rod has got the team going in the right direction. They're going to be competitive next year. 2-2 straight up, 4-0 against the spread in their last 4 games. And the 2 losses were by 8 total points. Major step up in competition here, but you get the point. This could actually be interesting for a quarter. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot. Because of the way West Virginia's been playing lately, probably stay away from the points. Oklahoma State, we had them as a double-digit upset pick last week. They had the lead late in the fourth quarter, and they blew it. Just like Kansas State blew it, just like the Colts blew it. I can go down the line. How many other teams blew it last week? It was like I don't know how many teams. A lot of teams were in that spot last week, and Oklahoma State was one of them. Oh, Colorado, they can't wait for the season to be over. Baylor needs to win for bowl eligibility. We talked about that. That's probably the only thing that really, nothing else in this game. Of course, Houston, for a while, it looked like Houston was going to be there at the end. Just didn't work out for them. So, and I believe Baylor's going to retain their head coach. So, yes, it may not be a bad one to take Baylor here. It might be a pretty good play. Now, here's the big one here. BYU, 17.5. UCF needs to win to go to a bowl. But UCF was the team that needed a late score last week to beat Oklahoma State, who hadn't beaten an FBS team all year. So I don't think this is going to be a game. I suspect BYU, now I don't know if they get off to a bang-up start, but I think by the end, I think they'll be rolling. I would give the 17.5. Since the Texas Tech loss, they have won their last two games by a 70-27 margin, beating two pretty solid Big 12 teams in Cincinnati and TCU. So when they had the loss, they responded and played maybe their best football of the year. UCF, meanwhile, 1-3 straight up, 0-4 against the spread in their last four games. That includes a 27-point loss at Baylor, a 39-point loss at Texas Tech, and I told you the win last week against Oklahoma State. So I would definitely take BYU here. This one, I don't know what's going to happen here. I'd probably lean towards TCU. Cincinnati kind of pulling a Louisville. They're headed in the wrong direction. And that's it for the Big 12. Okay, let's move on to the Group of Five. Everybody's favorite Group of Five conference, the American. Or at least that's what the committee says. All right. So you look down here, you see all these teams here. Tulsa's starting to play better. That's a team to keep an eye on next year. First-year head coach, looking good. FAU, same thing. They're playing good football under a first-year head coach late in the season. And then you have three teams that still need the sixth win. Rice, Temple, and Army. Okay. And you have UTSA, Memphis, and we've got the five teams that still have a chance for bowl eligibility. But keep in mind, there are the two teams, South Florida and East Carolina, that need a wing and a prayer. So here's both teams. They need two losses between these three teams. Now, one of them is Navy, and that's more than capable. Navy's the dog. So let's just get that one out of the way. Basically, if Memphis beats Navy, they need one upset. Unfortunately, it's like an upset that's just not going to happen. So they would need either North Texas or Tulane to lose. So, again, the team that has a much better chance is Temple, because Temple's needs to win for bowl eligibility. They're having a nice first season under their first-year head coach, and who knows? Maybe you get a little pressure from North Texas there, but East Carolina's in the same boat. Okay, so what happens is, let's say Temple pulls off the upset, and Memphis wins, and UCF and East Carolina win. So what happens is, then you go into the computer thing, and it's going to spit out something. So don't even involve yourself with any of that until, let's see. Yeah, first of all, the Navy game is tomorrow night, okay, against Memphis on Thanksgiving. So first things first, if you're a South Florida, East Carolina fan, take care of business first. You get the Memphis win out of the way. That's the most logical, easy win. Not that it is, but that's your best easy chance. And then if you get that, then you're like, okay, now we got to hope for an upset. Now the good thing is you've got the game on Thursday. Then you got the Friday game is the Temple, North Texas. And then the Saturday game is Tulane and Charlotte, which once again is really just going to be academic. So you hope that Memphis gets the win. And then on Friday night, you pray for Temple to somehow keep it close in the second half and get a tight North Texas team. And if that happens, then you have hope. East Carolina will then play, by the way. Let's just say there's a big upset and Temple pulls it off. And now East Carolina and South Florida have a shot. Well, East Carolina plays Florida Atlantic at 12 o'clock on Saturday. And South Florida gets Rice at 7 o'clock on Saturday. So, and look, the East Carolina game ain't going to be easy either. All right. Let's get to the matchups now. Okay. And then, wow, this line dropped. Why did this line drop so much? It dropped 2.5 points. Let me see here. Make sure Lewis, the quarterback, who was injured earlier this year, is going to play. There's could be a lot of Navy people. People like betting on the middies. They're a nice little dog. Nothing. I don't see anything here. Interesting. Let's see if I see anything here with Lewis. He's got an annoying injury. Okay, so let's see. Playing through pain, annoying injury. Let's see if anything says here. Let's see. Doesn't seem like he's going to be out, though. These fucking pop-ups. That's it. Nice story. No, he's fine. Okay. Yeah. Strange. Okay. So Navy, they're coming off the upset against South Florida. So, maybe that's convinced everybody. I would like Memphis here. So I would take Memphis here. Now, the only thing, maybe people are thinking, well, Memphis has no chance to go to a championship game. So this means nothing. Whereas Navy means everything. So maybe Memphis will be sleepwalking and they just don't care. Okay, that's possible. There's also a trend that is really against them. They're 1-14 against the spread as a home favorite, taking on an opponent coming off a bye. Wow, that's pretty bad. And they're 0-2 in their last two. But they lost both games by a total of 10 points. And look, I can see exactly what people might be saying, that Memphis, nothing to play for, all that. But just like with Cal, look, I just don't believe in that. They're the home team. It's senior day. It does mean something. You're playing a team that does have something to look forward to. So it's a meaningful game. You have to have pride. And yeah, so I don't think that this is going to be that type of game. Look, that's up to the coaching staff. So we'll see. I think the other thing, you have to keep this in mind too, is that if you're not 100% focused in playing against an opponent, that's one thing. But when you're not focused on playing an opponent that runs the triple option, well, that's another thing. So that is something you got to keep in mind. There's a lot of work that goes involved in that. You got to be quick, and you got to react, and you got to be smart, and you got to be dialed in. And so we'll see. I think it's another situation that we'll find out early. But I'll take Memphis in this one. I think they've had a really good season. They just look. there is nobody is going to tell me or convince me otherwise. When you take a look at this, and look, a lot of this have to do with schedule because these teams don't play each other. But I think we can go to, let's go to, UTSA is just too volatile. They can't beat anybody on the road. These teams right here, these 6 teams, there is nothing separating these 6 teams. Nothing. Any of these teams. Matter of fact, I probably would put Navy 6th, East Carolina 5th, and if we're gonna say 6, that's how I would line them up. But if I was going to rank them, I would say North Texas, Tulane, South Florida, and Memphis. Those are the 4 best teams in this conference, and there's nothing separating them. Nothing. All 4 of those teams are more than capable of winning this conference and being the best team in this conference. And scheduling is the only reason why we are where we are. That's it. I mean, who has? Let me see. North Texas. What's their schedule look like? North Texas had the 63-36 loss to South Florida. They beat Navy, big deal, and that's it. That's it. That's their big win. North Texas did not have to play Tulane, East Carolina, or Memphis. And that's why North Texas is where they are. North Texas is not, I don't think North Texas is not better than Memphis, but I'm willing to put them in a 4-man group and say they could be, but they're not. I think Memphis, if I had to rank them, once again, remember, the only reason South Florida is not in the driver's seat because they couldn't beat Navy. They couldn't stop the triple option. That's the reason they are where they are. And they had the lead late against Memphis, and they blew it. That's it. But you have South Florida, Memphis, and Tulane. Those are the 3 best teams in this conference. Then you have North Texas, and then you have East Carolina and Navy. So let's get back here. All right. So look, so again, as far as I'm concerned, this is just all about, will Memphis come to play? If they do, they'll win this game, and I have no problem giving up 3. Now, here's the big one. One of the big ones has gone up a little bit now. And I can understand. Look at North Texas because they played an inferior group of teams. They are 5-0 straight up ATS in their last 5 by a 248-102 margin. I mean, that's, do the math. That's almost 50-20 margin in the last 5 games. Wow. And they're playing a Temple team that, even though Casey Keeler has done a really nice job and they get off to a good start. And don't forget, speaking of Navy, Temple had Navy. They had the lead. They should have won the game. I thought they had really bad clock management late in that game. And Navy scores on a 50-yard touchdown run late in the game to beat them. Otherwise, Navy loses to Temple. So Temple's had a nice season. Unfortunately, once again, this is what's hurt them over the years. They wear down at the end of the season. They've lost 3 straight games, and that's just depth. They'll get there. Keeler will do a much better job. Looking like no bowl this year, but I think they'll get to a bowl next year. But I would not look at this as a gimme. All right, because Temple has enough confidence in their games this year where they say, hey, we can hang a little bit. In fact, let me see Temple's look, if I'm betting the game, if someone says bet the game, I demand that you bet the game. I take North Texas because I'm not getting in the way of that type of streak in that offense. It's too dangerous. It's too because it's one of those things where if you see it start to open up and it's like bing, 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 score, bing, 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 score, like the 2 touchdowns in like 5, you're in big trouble. You're like, uh-oh, it's over. Temple, yeah, they've had their biggest losses against Oklahoma, Georgia Tech, and no shame there, and East Carolina. The only problem is even when they played East Carolina and Tulane, which are pretty much on level with North Texas, they lost both of those games at home by more than 20 points. The only thing that's going for them, they lost by 1 to Army, they lost by 1 to Navy, and they beat Texas San Antonio. But of course, they beat them at home because Texas San Antonio is a bad road team. Next, East Carolina FAU, it's up to 7. Now, this has a possibility of an upset, but I still would take East Carolina because East Carolina, after the monster win against Memphis, they come back against UTSA on the road, and UTSA buries them last week. So now they got to right the ship. They're still in it, and I think they will. They've beaten FAU all 3 times they've played them, including the last 2 years by a 71-21 margin. So they've owned this little series. For FAU, look at these really bad trends. 2-15 against the spread the last 17 after they score 35 or more points. And they're 1-2 this year. They're also 3-15 against the spread in the second of back-to-back home games. That is a combined 5 of 30 in this situation. Now, the good news is FAU has, in their last 7 games with their first-year head coach, Kitley, they're starting to develop. Again, just like I said, with Tulsa, FAU, this is what you want to see. This is all positive going into next season. FAU came this close to upsetting UConn last week. It was who had the ball last, and it was UConn. But in the last 7 games, FAU 3-4 straight up, 6-1 against the spread, and they've covered 4 straight games. So they're playing their best ball the year, and we'll see if East Carolina's tight. So, again, I still think East Carolina is the play. I would expect it's been a nice season for them. I don't know if I can expect East Carolina to lay a complete double leg after the Memphis win. That would be, with this staff, it would be the first blemish because this staff has done a great job since taking over midseason last season. So I think they'll bounce back. I expect them to do that. And I would give the 7 here. But, FAU is not the worst upset play in the world. That's for sure. There's Tulsa. UTSA, we broke this down last week. Remember, we told you, we warned you about the East Carolina game against Texas San Antonio in San Antonio. So, and it continues. So the Roadrunners are 4-1 straight up, 3-1 against the spread at home this year, including the last 3 where they've won and covered by a 167-63 margin. And at home this year, Owen McCown, he has to have the best home mark in college football. Owen McCown has an 18-0 touchdown to interception ratio. The problem is you're no longer a 1-point dog or 1-point favorite. So a win and you're feeling good, you got to give 7 here. And we know Army is more than capable. They've got Navy in a couple of weeks. And they have one more chance before that for a bowl, which is this one. They've also never lost the game or the spread in San Antonio. And they're also 12-5-1 against the spread, and their last 18 as a road dog, including 2-1. So this is one of those situations where it's like you'd like to take both teams, but you can't. So it's a tough one. So, yeah. And remember, Texas San Antonio with the win last week, they're bowling. I don't know. Army probably the way I'd go, to tell you the truth. I'd probably go that way. 235 on the money line. Army came this close to being bowl eligible last week. They had a 2-score lead against Tulsa. Tulsa hadn't done much the whole game. It really looked like we're in a situation where it looked like Army probably let the gas out and thought the game was over. And all of a sudden, touchdown Tulsa. And before they knew it, Tulsa had the ball moving again, scores again, and Army was too late. So Army just really let that one get out of the way. We'll see how they react this week. South Florida, again, what a disappointing way to end the season. Tulane, this number may not be strong enough, honestly, because Charlotte is a really bad team, and Tulane needs the win just to get to the championship game. So at home, it actually may not be a bad game to take Tulane, but the problem I might back away from it is just because Tulane would be playing at home next week for the championship game, and you don't want to risk injuries and stuff like that. So, 28-0 at half, whatever, just rest play your backups, get ready for next week. That could happen. Hey, they could probably still cover with the backups. That's how bad Charlotte is. And we actually all expected Charlotte to be a little bit more competitive because remember, they got the Ohio coach who had done a really good job there. But look, it's only one season. I do wonder, though, if it was an Ohio thing, because Ohio continues to play good football. It's like a pipeline there. Maybe he should have stayed there. Anyway, I guess the only good thing about Charlotte is they have covered 2 of the last 3 after only covering 1 of their first 7. The only thing is in both covers, they lost by 26 and 32. And they also lost by 21 at home. And that was against Texas San Antonio, who's a crappy road team. That's how bad Charlotte is. Okay, so that's the American. Now the Mountain West. All right. Let's get out the Mountain West scenarios. Let's pop up the standings. All right, here we go. All right, so all these teams, Colorado State, new coach. San Jose State, one of the most disappointing teams in the country, and their quarterback's out, so keep that in mind. He got hurt last week. Wyoming, I hope for their sake they find a new coach. Better if they lose this week. Just get it over with. Nevada, it's funny. We've been talking about Nevada all year. They're look for the upset, all that, and then they wait until 2 weeks ago, and they were back-to-back wins. So we'll get into them in a minute. Another back-to-back bad years for Air Force. That's very rare under Troy Calhoun. All right, so here you go. There are 7 teams in the Mountain West that have a shot, believe it or not, for the Mountain West Championship. 7. Is Utah State still in it? Yes. But Fresno State, Hawaii, and Utah State just need all sorts of weird stuff. So they're not really in it. So let's move them out. All right. So these are the 4 teams with a shot. For San Diego State, it's easy. They win, they're in. And they're playing New Mexico. That's awesome. Speaking of New Mexico, if they win, they are in the championship if Boise State loses. Okay. So that would be as simple as that. Close, both are in close games. New Mexico wins, Utah State wins, New Mexico is in the championship game. San Diego State, by the way, still has a second chance to get in if they lose to New Mexico. So let's say New Mexico does win, okay? And let's say Boise State loses and New Mexico's in the championship game. Well, that means San Diego State lost. And let's say Boise State does lose. San Diego State can get in and play a rematch with New Mexico as long as UNLV also loses. Okay, so they need Boise and UNLV to lose if San Diego State loses. And that's interesting because San Diego State's been really at the top all season. And now if they lose one game at the end, they could be knocked out completely. Boise, meanwhile, if they beat Utah State, they are in if San Diego State wins. So Boise is in really good shape. It really, if you look at it, if the two favorites win, Boise and San Diego State, they will play each other in a championship game. UNLV, meanwhile, they need to beat Nevada, and then they need Boise State and New Mexico State to lose. Now, that's also, not out of the realm because San Diego State, let's say they beat New Mexico, then all UNLV State would need is a Utah State upset. So if you look at it, all four of these teams have legitimate chances to get in. They're the only team that has, of course, the best chance, the easiest chance. They don't need any help at all other than win and in, and that's San Diego State. But all the other teams, they just get the right formula because there's not crazy. We're not talking a Temple Charlotte scenario. So there's a lot very interesting final week. Okay, let's take a look at it. Nobody cares about this one. I hope Colorado State gets a good coach. I've said this before. I think that is a great opportunity. And they deserve a really good coach. They don't deserve some hand-me-down. They should get a really good coach, somebody that, even someone with experience. I wouldn't even mind a veteran coach, like a Mendenhall type that's gone to Utah State, somebody that knows what they're doing and can recruit in the area. And Colorado State could be a really good place to develop. Now, again, the whole landscape is changing with the Mountain West, but still, it's a really good place. Okay, here we go. San Diego State and New Mexico, the monster game of the Mountain West. This will be Friday afternoon, 3:30 Friday afternoon. You know how we've been with San Diego State all season? We've been giving New Mexico respect all season. Jason Eck, the former Idaho coach, has had success there. That's been a great hire. And New Mexico is having a really nice season. They've won 5 straight, including an upset win at UNLV. So they have been for real. San Diego State, meanwhile, we know about them. They're 13-1 against the spread as a road favorite of more than 2 off of a double-digit spread win. 2-1 this year. So they did have a loss. That was the Hawaii game, which is, I think, is okay because we kind of felt that coming, as you know. So, but that's pretty nice. Fact is, if you cover the spread, they'd love that spread because they cover it. They're in the championship game. I'm still siding with San Diego State. It's not a game I'll put a lot of money on because New Mexico is the real deal. I expect this to be a very close game. And San Diego State's got to watch out because they're a one-dimensional team. They cannot get behind. So that's what makes them vulnerable. They have to control the game. Even if they give up a score, it's okay, but they can't go down 2 scores. So, but the defense, they've lost one of their best defenders for the season a few weeks ago. They've still played great defense, which is a good sign. Boise and Utah State. So Bronco Mendenhall gets an opportunity at Boise, and maybe this is what they need because they have not been able to do anything in this series lately. Matter of fact, even in Logan, Utah, they've lost, what is it? They've lost quite a bit. If you look at it, in the last 12 overall, in both home and away, Boise has won 11 of 12 and covered 10 of 12. And that's been since they've been Mountain West rivals. That's been the rivalry. And Boise State 8-0 straight up and against the spread in the last 8, all winning by 9 or more points. So the last 8, might have been the last 8 years, they have dominated the series. Okay, but now you've got a weaker Boise team that is still going to be without their quarterback. That's the word. We're not going to see Maddox Madsen. Keep in mind, this is college and crazy things happen with injuries, but that's what we're hearing. He's supposed to miss his life, and that is a major deal. So you have to stay tuned to that. You've got to. Now, this is good. This game's going on around the same time as the San Diego State game. So there's going to be a lot going on here with these two games here at this time on Friday. But you've got Utah State team that has been really good at home this year. They've won all 5. They've covered all 4. And Bryson Barnes is one of the top quarterbacks. He might even be the top quarterback in the conference. He has a 7-0 ratio at home. He's completed over 70% of his passes at home. And he's got 7 rushing touchdowns at home. He's only got 8 for the season. So he has been fantastic at home. So has this team this season. Look, Boise is not the same without Madsen. But they got a good defense. I expect this to be a close game. If Madsen was playing, Utah State would be in big trouble, but he's not. So I expect this. Look, I like Utah State in this game. I'm a Mendenhall guy. He knows what he's doing. This is a big job for him. He loves this job. I think it's his last job. I really do. And so it's a big first-year opportunity against Boise to get off that rivalry in the last Mountain West. I don't even think Utah State's going to the Pac-12. I think they stay in the Mountain West. I don't think they're one of those teams that gets to go. Let's see, new Mountain West Conference 2026. Okay, so they're going to add UC Davis and Northern Illinois. Ooh, how weird is that? Okay, and remaining members. Oh, Utah State's leaving. How about that? So Air Force, Hawaii, Nevada, New Mexico stays. San Jose State, UNLV, Wyoming. So Boise, Colorado State. See, I told you Colorado State's a good place. Fresno, San Diego State, Utah State. That's the one I'm the most surprised about, but maybe not. I mean, they're in the same region as BYU. So, okay, cool. There you go. So Utah State will be heading to, along with Boise, will be heading to the new Pac-12. So they'll stay rivals. Anyway, I'm going to go with Utah State in this one. But just like taking San Diego State, I'm not breaking a bank with either one of those games, that's for sure. UNLV, this line has dropped from 9 to 7.5. And I can see why. Let's see. Nevada will be playing for one thing and one thing only, to spoil their rivals. They know this is a chance for UNLV to go to a championship game. Head coach Jeff Choate, we've talked a lot about him this season, is in year 2. And 50% of his losses have been by 7 or less. And that's probably why the line has dropped to 7. Meanwhile, as I said just recently, they've won 2 straight. They've only got 3 wins all season. So they've won 2 straight. But UNLV is 4-0 ATS as a road favorite this year. So that's good. And they've beaten Nevada the last 3 years by a 110-63 margin. The battle for the Fremont Cannon. Look, the way Nevada's playing, rivalry game, yeah, I can see them being the play here. I can. But UNLV, If you look at it, they had a nice win last week. They really needed that. We'll see if that carries over. But yeah, I don't know if Nevada can win 3 straight. But I don't know. We'll see. Could be interesting. This will be late on Saturday night. This one doesn't mean anything much. Again, Fresno has a shot, so they do have to. This means something, but boy, what a disappointing season for San Jose State. Again, it looks like their quarterback's out. If that's the case, you might want to take Fresno here. Hawaii is definitely the play here, I got to imagine. Oh, one more thing about Fresno. Let me see here. You know what? Let me pop up because it's been a couple days. Let me see here. If we have an official announcement on the quarterback situation for San Jose State. Come on. There he is. Come on. Give me an update. It's annoying. How can they not say anything? This is what just drives me crazy. He gets hurt last week. Still not known. Yeah, he was on crutches. Freshman quarterback played. So, yeah, there's nothing here. But I would think that it would be that's why I think it's a good play to take Fresno, because they're still playing for something. They've had a better year than San Jose State. The only thing that worries me is, check this out. They're 0-14 against the spread as a road favorite of more than 3. Okay, right now it is more than 3 off a straight-up ATS loss. That's a pretty big, ugly no. And they're also 0-6 against the spread versus a losing conference opponent in a revenge situation. And they're 0-1 this year. They're also 0-2 against the spread as a road favorite this year. But on the flip side, San Jose State is 0-4 against the spread as a home dog since 2023. And they're just 1-5 in the last 6 on the season, with their quarterback looking like he's out, turning to a freshman. So, yeah, a lot of ugliness there. Not a great game to take, but even with that major trends, it'd probably take Fresno. You might be the way to go. And I think Hawaii is probably the way to go here too. The spread's down to 7.5. That's fine. Even better idea to take Hawaii because Wyoming, again, I can't see their head coach coming back. Maybe if they pull off a win here, but they just lost to Nevada. I think they're done. I think they're going to be moving on. And Hawaii is just getting better. They've had a really strong season. They still need to find a way to get to that next level where they can go on the road and be a little bit more competitive. We'll see. And they've got younger players too. They got a young quarterback. So I think they're headed in the right direction for sure. And come on, if you could just get a little bit of money, imagine a player gets paid to play in Hawaii. Come on. All right. So that's the Mountain West. Let's move on to the Sun Belt. And there we go. And let's take a look at the Sun Belt scenarios. Here we go. Okay. Yes, we talked about this crappy decision a long time ago. All right. Oh, yeah, the Sun Belt's easy. I don't even need paperwork. I didn't even know I was looking. So it's easy. It's James Madison. They're already in the East Championship, and Southern Miss and Troy. That's it. And they're playing. So the winner of Southern Miss Troy will take on the James Madison Dukers. So let's go ahead and take a look at the matchups, starting with Georgia Southern Marshall. Nothing there. Nothing here. Old Dominion just kicking ass. So you might want to maybe take their side. This game means nothing. This is a rivalry, interesting rivalry to talk about, because you've got, check this out, the road team in the series, this rivalry, Monroe and Lafayette, is 21-4-1 in the last 26 ATS. 21-4-1. The dog in this series is 11-4-1 in the last 16. All of that favors ULM. But this is important. The last 3 years, the home team has covered 2 of the last 3. And the favorite has covered the last 2 years. That means 3 years ago, the road team in the series was 22-1. And the dog in the series 2 years ago was 11-2-1. So the home team and the favorite is starting to get a little bit of a run going. And that's where you're at here. Now, this is a big drop from 12 to 8. And I wonder whether or not those major trends I just talked about have an impact. But I told you, because I think Lafayette's the clear play here. I mean, Monroe has had a bad year. They've lost 7 straight. They're 1-6 in the last 7 ATS. Lafayette is 1-3 straight up ATS. All as dogs. Well, they've been taking on good teams and beating them. And remember, this is like supposed to be like the preseason favorite in this division. And we've had the whole story we've gone over before. Starting quarterback, lost him early, and it took them a while to find the right quarterback. And ever since they have, they've been sort of like that team that most people expected in the beginning of the season. And more importantly, Louisiana needs 1 win for bowl eligibility, and they can get it with the win here. So, bring those numbers down to 8. Let me make sure we don't have any injuries here. Very hard to find out about stuff from the Sun Belt. Louisiana. Okay. Yeah, good quarterback. Okay. Yeah, Lunch Winfield is the one. And this is the kid, Walker Howard, who got injured early. No, nothing there. I was just making sure Lunch Winfield wasn't hurt. Yeah, I'd take Lafayette in that one. All right. And then we move on to, this game doesn't really matter much. I don't have anything on that game, right? No. And here's the big one. Troy and Southern Miss. It's up to 7. I'm happy about that. Okay. So winner takes on James Madison. Good luck. But if you look at this, I think a lot of this says take Troy. And, we've been on Troy for a good part of the season. They had a little bit of a blip, and now they've corrected the shit. Well, I like that, right? So if you look at Troy, they've had upset wins over Texas State and Buffalo as a road dog already this year. So they know they can do that. They have beaten Southern Miss 5 out of the last 6 straight up ATS, including 3-0 straight up ATS last 3 at Hattiesburg. Okay. They are 4-0 straight up and against the spread in the last 4 years by a 135-56 margin. They have dominated this series lately, and they're getting 7. Southern Miss, meanwhile, all of a sudden, after a blazing start, they've lost the last 2 by an 83-49 margin as the favorite. Matter of fact, they were down 35-7 last week at South Alabama. Remember, Huff took over the program. Great year at Marshall. They win the Conference USA, gets the job at Southern Miss. A lot of hope, gets off to a great start. Remember this, and now all of a sudden, there's a little bit of an issue here going on. And the quarterback returned. They did not play in the week before, but Braylon Braxton returned last week after missing the Texas State game. And in that loss, he threw for 400 yards with 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. So even with him at his best, still we're down 35-7. This was a team that was 4-20 in the previous 2 years. So they get off to the great start. Now, all of a sudden, there's a little pressure happening here, it looks like. And they haven't been responding very well. They're also, this is a bad trend, they're 0-9 ATS after they score 35 or more, taking on an opponent off a double-digit win. 0-1 already this year. A key thing of why I really like Troy, though, is that Goose Crowder's back. Now, they start the season with Goose, their starting quarterback. They have that really good road loss to Clemson. It got them going. Like I said, they had some other wins. But then Crowder gets hurt. And the backup comes in the first game, looks completely outmatched. But then he gets better each week. This kid, Kilcrease, gets better each week. And then all of a sudden, he's on a roll, and Troy's winning games. They had like this, 4 or 5 game win streak. Everything's going good. But then he has a bad game. And Goose Crowder's on his way back from an injury. So Crowder returned against Old Dominion a couple weeks ago. But that was the game, and he had been out 6 games. So that was his first game. And that was the game that was like they got beat 30-0 or something like that. So he clearly was not ready in that first game. But he comes back in the second game last week against Georgia State, 361 and 4 touchdowns. So he is now got to his rhythm. And I think, look, I don't know if this is a guaranteed win. I'm not saying that, but I'm expecting a really big effort. And I think this is going to be a really good, entertaining football game. So I'm taking Troy. I'm taking the 2-1. And that's the way I'm going. And James Madison has that game, by the way, against Coastal. And Coastal, I don't know if that quarterback is playing. You know, he's been out lately. I don't really care too much about the game last week against South Carolina because that really didn't mean much. But again, Coastal's out of this. This game, the only thing this game matters for is James Madison's chance to be in the in the playoffs. So this game does not mean anything, and I don't really think. I mean, I wouldn't really take Coastal. Let's just put it that way. Okay. MAC. Now, we have already seen a big win this week by Western Michigan. So they're in the championship game. So Western Michigan's in the championship game. Let's take a look at the standings. The next game's coming up on Friday. Where are we? Here we go. Okay. So Western Michigan there. All right. So all these teams. I wish Harris Simiak would go back to Rutgers, man. Just give up. I hope he gives up. I hope they fire him. I know they won't, but I hope they do. Come on. Just fire Harris. He's over his head. Go back to Rutgers, but where you belong. Let's see, Bowling Green. What a disappointing season they turned out to have. Bad year for Northern Illinois. They're leaving the conference. We just mentioned that. All right. So here we go. There's only one team that has a chance for bowl eligibility. That's Buffalo. And these are the 5 teams that have a shot for, or the 4 other teams besides Western that have a chance for one more bid. And that starts, let's go over them. So Toledo, simple. You win, you're in. That's it. They could also win if they get upset by Central Michigan and Miami of Ohio loses. That seems a bit unlikely, though, because Miami of Ohio is playing Ball State at home. So that's probably an easy win. Just keep that in mind. Miami of Ohio, meanwhile, if they win their game against Ball State, they're in, if Toledo gets upset by Central Michigan, and that's a possibility. Now, I will remind people about this with Miami. Remember, their quarterback did quit. So let me see what I have here. Let me see what I have for the Miami backup quarterback situation. I'll bring this over here so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. So DeQuan Finn. Yeah, remember we told you last week the story where he decided that he wants to prepare for the NFL draft. I mean, who's advising him? All right. So this is the kid who took over, Henry Hessen. All right. So let's see. Here we go. All right. So Hessen plays in the Toledo game and goes 11 of 38. Oh, my Lord. So that was a disaster. So they turned to, there's no way he could play the next game. So they turned to this dude, Thomas Gutkowski, who hadn't played all year. And he plays in the win against Buffalo. It goes 13 of 23 for a touchdown. Oh. So they're a little bit trouble there, quarterback. All right. But they do get Ball State. Even though Ball State does have the upset over Ohio. So, and they're playing for that's their big game for the season. But they're going 6 on the road. So they're still not looking good for Ball State. Okay. Central Michigan. This is too bad because I wish they had a much better chance because I think they deserved it. They've had a really nice season, go to a bowl and all that. But if they upset Toledo, the only chance they have, there's 2 chances. And in both chances, they need Miami of Ohio to lose. So that's not looking good. In one chance, they would need Ohio to lose. And then on the other chance, they would need Kent State to win. So there you go. But look, Central Michigan is going to play the game like they should. Like, hey, we have a chance to go to the MAC championship game. So I expect them to play just like that. Ohio, meanwhile, hey, believe it or not, they're not in a good situation. Even if they win their game, they need a lot of help. So much so that we're not going to go into it. But Ohio's got the game against Buffalo. We'll start with that. That's on Friday, 7-point favorite. And I like Ohio in this one. I mean, Buffalo, they do need the win, as I mentioned, for bowl eligibility. But when they've played at home this year against FBS competition, they're 1-4 straight up, 0-4-1 against the spread. Not good. Ohio, meanwhile, has beaten Buffalo the last 6, 5 out of 6 straight up ATS, including 47-16 last year as a 3-point home favorite. So they've dominated this series lately. The only negative against Ohio this year is on the road. They have not covered a game. Matter of fact, they lost that game to Ball State. That was a big upset. So that's something to, be a little bit concerned about. I'm still not touching Buffalo. I'll say that much. All right. Poor Kent State. They had the loss last week to Central that took them out of the bowl. So we were really hoping. But, hey, there's always next year. We'll keep an eye on them. This actually may not be a bad upset here in this spot. There's the Ball State Miami. And here's the big one, too. Toledo and Central Michigan. I think you know which way we're going to go here. Toledo is 1-3 straight up ATS as a road favorite this year. They've lost straight out on as a road favorite this year. 13-point favorite at Bowling Green, 11-point favorite earlier this season against Western Michigan, who turned out to be a heck of a team, actually. And more importantly, they are 5-17 against the spread in the last 22 as a road favorite. That is pathetic. Now, they've dominated the series, though. They've won 13 out of 15 against Central Michigan. They also are playing their best football of the year. They've won 3 straight up ATS by 104-15. And that includes Miami, even though DeQuan Finn left. You have to keep that in mind. Northern Illinois and Ball State, not very good teams. Central Michigan, meanwhile, first year under Matt Drinkall, the Army offensive line coach. Beginning of the year, we mentioned this. This was a good hire. There's a promise about Central Michigan having a pretty decent season, above expectation. That's exactly what happened. Interesting enough, this is their first home dog roll of the year. They were 3-0 ATS as a home dog last year. But overall, 5-2 straight up, 6-1 against the spread in the MAC. And that includes a 3-point road loss at Western Michigan and a 21-point road win at Bowling Green. So this is the season they're having in conference. They're also 12-2 against the spread off a double-digit spread win when they take on an opponent off a straight-up ATS win. 12-2. Okay. I love the points. This is going to be a closer game than that number there. Toledo is not a good road favorite. It's been well chronicled. This has been a good, strong year for Central Michigan in the MAC. I think this is also an upset possibility at plus 320, but I'm definitely going to take the points. This would be a good one. I'm looking forward to this one. All right. And again, if Toledo does get upset, and that is definitely possible, then the door is wide open for Miami. All Miami needs to do is take care of business against Ball State. And that Miami game, where is it? The Miami game is Saturday, I believe. Let's see. Why did I put that over there? Yes, Saturday afternoon. I think it's at 12. Okay, and now let's wrap it up. We're finally getting ready to wrap it up in college with the Conference USA. Oh, we got one more with the Pac-12. There's a game there, and it is an interesting game. All right, so Conference USA. There's definitely stuff to talk about here. Okay. So let me move it on. Conference USA. Here's all the teams that are out of it. Delaware, they can't go to a bowl first year and all. Liberty, what a disappointing year for them. We'll get to them in a minute. All the other teams are bowl eligible, but Missouri State also cannot go bowling. That's an antiquated rule and it has to come to an end. So stupid. Typical NCAA doesn't change rules that they should. All right. So really what it's all about are these three teams. It's cut and dry. This is how it works. All right. So you've got Jacksonville State. I mean, this couldn't have worked out better as far as the schedule. You have Jacksonville State and Western Kentucky playing this week. So the winner is obviously in the championship game. Now, Jacksonville State can also get in, as can Western Kentucky if they lose. But Jacksonville State is a much easier shot at it. In order for them to get in with a loss, they need Kennesaw State to lose to Liberty, which is possible. Western Kentucky, meanwhile, they need Kennesaw State to lose, but they also need some more computer help. So Western Kentucky doesn't have as much of a shot as Jacksonville State. Let's just put it that way. If Jacksonville State, if either team loses. Now for Kennesaw State, if they win versus Liberty, they're in. So there you go. Winner, Jacksonville State, Western Kentucky plays Kennesaw State if they win. It's that simple. But if they, well, here's another thing. If Kent State loses, they can still get in. If Jacksonville State beats Western Kentucky, but they also need a little bit of help from the computers. So really what it's saying is, again, look, it's all simple. Don't go to the computers. If you want to win and be in this championship game, you got this big matchups this week. Just win your games, especially Jacksonville State and Western Kentucky. Take care of business. You're in. The winner plays in the championship game, Kennesaw State, taking on Liberty. And and we'll get into that game, but because Liberty is definitely going to be a dangerous dog. All right, FIU. A lot of points here because Sam Houston's actually played their best football of the year later in the season, even though FIU's played their best football too. But it's a lot of points, and I don't think it's worth it. Delaware's probably the play for them to be a 500 team. They got something to play for. So here's the big one. Western is a 2.5-point favorite. And I understand it. If you look at Western, they've been the more consistent team for years, but and they're more talented than Jacksonville State this year based on the changes and you have Rich Rod leaving and taking players with him and all that. But Charles Kelly's done a nice job with Jacksonville State, and they continue to be a very tough team at home. If you look at this, remember, this is the rematch of last year's championship game. Last game of the regular season, Western Kentucky beats Jacksonville State and gets to play Jacksonville State in the championship game. It was a close game. The fact was that Jacksonville State, you could tell they didn't care. And that was a sign right there, because you could tell they couldn't care, and Western Kentucky barely beat them. And then when they did care the next week for the championship, they killed them. So, but that was last year. So now this year, and remember that was at home for Jacksonville State. So they are now 12-3 against the spread at home as an FBS team since 2023. They are also 3-0 this year, and that includes a win over Kennesaw, and a very impressive win over Kennesaw. They're also 6-0 against the spread when they are off of a straight-up loss. 1-0 this year. So this is a really good roll for them. And you look at Western Kentucky, though, 5-1 straight up and against the spread is a favorite roll this year. 3-0 straight up ATS in Conference USA road games. Only by 9 points, though, total. So they've won all 3 road games in the Conference USA this year by a total of 9 points. And Jacksonville State has been a very good home team. So you would expect this to be that type of game, that if Western wins it, it's going to be by a couple points. And I don't expect Jacksonville State. I will say this, considering Jacksonville State did win convincingly over Kennesaw when they played them, I would say I feel a lot more confident that if this was a 10-point win, it would be Jacksonville State. I'm favoring Jacksonville State in this one, but it's a tough one. It really is. Western is a proven team too, so this would be a good one. A deserving winner goes to the championship game. Missouri State, that was a tough loss last week to Kennesaw. They were right there, but the defense just couldn't stop Kennesaw. But I've been impressed with Missouri State this year. Clark was a really nice quarterback. I don't know if he's run out of eligibility. I hope he hasn't, because he could be really good for Missouri State next year if he comes back again. And Louisiana Tech, they've had another decent year, but just not good enough to be special. But then here's the other big game. And this is the last game for the weekend. Last game. This is our last game in college football in the regular season. The last one that we're talking about. How about that? For 2025. So it's Kennesaw State, 2.5-point favorite against Liberty. And, we've talked about Kennesaw, of course, all year. An impressive run for Jerry Mack, the new head coach. They've had one Conference USA loss. That was the one we just talked about at Jacksonville State. Don't forget, and remember, this is a team that in week 1 lost to Wake Forest on the road by 1 point. And we remember going back there, considering how both teams played last year, you were like, oh, this could be another bad year for Wake Forest. And then instead, what it was a really good year for both of these teams. Liberty, the first 2 years under head coach Jamie Chadwell, they go 21-5. Everything, remember, he took over for Hugh Freeze. Everything is going great with the Liberty program. And then this year happens. Now, I don't know if this has to do with the portal because all of a sudden, Liberty just fell off the cliff. Now, you do need to keep in mind, though, that they lost 2 in overtime and 3. Actually, if you look at it, not all season, just the last 3 games, they've lost by 1 score, and the last 2 games they lost in overtime. So they've been involved in close games in the last 3 games, 2 overtime losses. If they win all 3, they're 7-4. Okay, and they're probably right there. But they couldn't close the deal in these close games this year, and they have not beaten a winning team all year. Even though they've been close, they haven't done it. They're 0-6 straight up, 1-5 against the spread versus winning teams. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take that team who's playing for nothing except to spoil Kennesaw. And I just look, the way Kennesaw responded last week, the way the season they've had, I don't think they're going to have a disappointing end of the season. I just don't. I think they're gonna beat Liberty. I think this is a good, solid play at 2. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. It's not the last game. I'm sorry. This is the last game. The Pac-12 game, Washington State and Oregon State. And lest we forget, I wish I can, the first matchup of these 2 teams. It was a terrible loss by Washington State. I just couldn't believe they lost that game to Oregon State. They were my top wise guy play of the week. It was the most disappointing result at that point until Georgia Tech last week. And it was just awful because Oregon State, especially the run they've been on, I mean, just keep this in mind. After this win, Oregon State, they lost to Sam Houston as a 20-point favorite. And then they lost to Tulsa. We know they're getting a new head coach. And there has been talk about Jonathan Smith, which we brought up about a month ago. But, even though it looks like Jonathan Smith may not be there next year, and there's no sign of that so far. He hasn't been fired yet. The fact is that, there is some wonder at Oregon State whether or not they would want him back. Look, I get why there's a lot of bad blood there, but I just don't know how you can slam someone of your alma mater. I mean, would you expect him to die there? I mean, there was a lot of bad stuff going on with this move. They've been in limbo the last 2 years, and he had an opportunity to coach at a really big program. They're not Michigan, but Michigan State's a pretty big program overall, a lot bigger than Oregon State. I know there's other things there we don't need to get into, but still, he was a successful coach there. He took that team from nothing to something, and you would think that would matter. So we'll see. I mean, prodigal sons come home all the time. I don't know. We'll see. Washington State, meanwhile, as far as this game, I expect major revenge. I just do, for 2 reasons. One, because they know how poorly they played. They could not have played as bad as they played in that game. I mean, you're talking about a team that nearly beat James Madison, Ole Miss, and Virginia, and they couldn't beat Oregon State. They had nothing that game. They just couldn't play that game. It happens to every team every year. You have that really dreadful game, and that was it for Washington State. Oregon State is 0-4 straight up, 0-3-1 against the spread on the road this year by a 144-58 margin. Their only FBS win was against Washington State. Washington State, meanwhile, needs the win for bowl eligibility. And they have covered 6 straight with revenge off of a loss. So I know it's 13, but I suspect they're going to just take all of it out on Oregon State. It's not a home game for Oregon State. They know they're getting a new coach. They've already beaten this team. I see a major blowout here. So, but of course, I can't take Washington State as a big play because I did in that game in this last matchup. And as I mentioned, that did not go off very well for me. But overall, what am I doing here? I'm just getting this out of the way. Overall, though, I do feel that they should have no problem for bowl eligibility. Okay. By the way, it's double revenge too. So that's it. Let me see if we can. Let me get this out of the way. Actually, let me make sure. Yeah, let me switch this out because I got to move this over to the NFL. We're going to go over the NFL games tomorrow. So let me get that all set up. Okay. Move this over here. All right. Here we go. All right. So before we do that, let me get that out of the way and that out of the way. So before we do that, let me just do a quick recap of picks. What is this? Let me check. That's my NFL stuff. Okay. So, yeah. So we like Mississippi State as a dog upset possibility for sure. We like Texas A&M. We like Missouri. We like Vandy. We're going to take Florida. We're going to take Michigan as the dog. I don't even know. I don't even know if I took that game, but I am taking Michigan as the dog. So, because you're getting 10 and a half as a team in a major rivalry that's beaten the other team 4 straight. I take Penn State. I'm taking Oregon against Washington. I'm taking Wake Forest against Duke. Of course, I'm taking Virginia. I got North Carolina as a little mini upset. I'm taking Cal as a double-digit upset. I'll take Utah against Kansas. What else? I'm taking BYU. I'm going to take Memphis against Navy. I'm taking San Diego State. I'm taking Utah State. Let's see. I'm taking Lafayette. Troy, I've got them as a single-digit upset. I'm taking Central Michigan. And they're a double-digit upset. They're getting 10. 3-1 on the money line. I'll take that. And I'm taking Kennesaw and Washington State. Okay, so there you go. Let's talk NFL, shall we? Next stop on the board. And again, remember, even though we're not going to have the same format anymore, because next week we start with a condensed show because we're only going to be talking about the championship games. Look, we will definitely go over all the impact of the games this week. And I would also look out on Saturday because depending on how the day goes, there is a possibility that we might do a show on Saturday to update what's happening. I'm not sure if we'll do that. I know it's something that we've talked about doing off the air. We might do that just next year every week where we'll come on Saturday and Sunday to update and wrap up the day as it's happening. So that is something that we're talking about behind the scenes. That's why when we say things like, we're investing in the future and things of that nature, that's what we're investing in. Really upping the programming and giving you that type of content right away, just as it's happening. So that's something to keep an eye on. That's why, subscribe to the channel for sure. This way you'll know if there's ever programming going on live that you're not expecting, it'll pop up and you'll be notified. Okay, so next week it'll be about championship week, playoff update in college football and NFL. So for sure, this will be a lot. I mean, our days of what are we at? 4:45 now. So our days of over 4 hours are going to be over. This will be the last one. We won't have this much content going forward. Okay, so let's do it. What is this? This is 443. Yeah, 443. Okay. All right. Let's get this out of the way and talk NFL. So we have the NFL coming up. Oh, and the other reminder is don't forget that anytime we do any shows, especially if they're longer shows, always take a look at the markers on the bottom of the video. That'll help you to speed up the process if there are conferences or topics that you don't care about what we have to say. All right, NFL. We're going to actually start with my top wise guy play of the week, and that's Detroit. I know I lost last week on Detroit as my top NFL wise guy play, but that was only because they were 100% under Dan Campbell, covering the spread following a loss. And that's the way I was going to go because I've hit that quite a bit. And so I finally lost it, and that's the way it goes. But I'm going right back to him, not because of that, obviously, but, you know, out of all the games I like this week, I think this one just makes the most sense. It's a revenge game. So to expect Green Bay to beat Detroit twice in the same season is going to be tough. We also have no idea if Josh Jacobs is going to be available. He could. I know it's a game time decision, and it's quite possible that it's one of those situations where he was close to playing last week, and they said, you know what, let's hold him back. We got a bigger game even next week. So he'll be ready next week. We'll give him an extra few days. And that could be it. Or it could be, it's a short week. He needs another week. We'll give him 10 more days of rest and he'll be fine. So we'll see. But I'm taking him either way. Detroit. I like the fact they're starting to get healthy. I also loved when I heard earlier today that Frank Ragnow was coming out of retirement. Now that's great news. And a couple of things, though. First of all, I guess he's not playing this week. It's too soon. But the other thing is his health. That's why he retired. So just because he's coming back from retirement, you got to stay healthy and you got to take care of yourself. But if he does, what a big boost that is. Not just because of that, but, Davenport's coming close to edge rusher from returning. You got Terry and Arnold practicing again. You got Joseph coming close to safety. You've already got the return of DJ Reed. So all of a sudden, this team is starting to take shape. Late in the season we go. Don't forget Hutchinson's back. McNeil is back. I can go on. There's so much positivity regarding the health of players and things of that nature. One of the negatives is they're still without Mahogany, so they are playing with a backup guard, and there is some players along the offensive line banged up. Penne and Glasgow and who's the other one? I forget. Anyway, Decker. But they're playing. And that's important. So I like that. I like the fact that there's really good news on the horizon, revenge situation. On top of that, Green Bay has been a dog roll this year just once. And they lost that one to the Eagles by 3 as a 1-point home dog not too long ago. They have a couple of trends that we're going to get into that just don't go their way. And in their last 4 games, they're averaging 17.5 points per game. So they are definitely struggling. You're hearing about Jordan Love having a shoulder injury. So there's a lot of offensive bad stuff going on. The defense has kind of been carrying them. I think it's going to be real hard for Green Bay to sweep Detroit. So I like Detroit in this spot. Okay, next up. We have the Chiefs and the Cowboys, and I honestly believe, and we'll find out this week, but if the Cowboys win this game against the Chiefs, then the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs. Let me see let's see. Let me get to the playoff standings. I can't do it over there. Let's move it over here. Come on, what are you doing? Why isn't this thing reacting? Hello. Let me get rid of that. Open up a new window. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that one. All right, so let me check out. Oh, and check back with us on Friday, because we're doing our Playbook ATS show on Friday at 4:30, and we'll have a much bigger update for all the injuries, of course, except for the games that are going on tomorrow and Friday, actually, because we're going to be on the air during the Eagles game. All right, so here are the Cowboys at 5-5-1. Here's top 7. So it's definitely, they got work to do, no question. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, that's the thing. But I'm going to give you, for instance, the Bears. Okay. The Bears are playing really good football. They've won, 7 out of 8 or something like that. But the Bears, where the hell are the Bears? Okay. The Bears, they have a pretty, let me see. It's not there. I thought I wrote it down. All right, the Bears, if you take a look at their schedule, they have, besides Cleveland, they've got the Eagles this week. They've got the Packers on the road next week. And then the Packers 2 weeks later. Then they're at San Francisco and home against Detroit. Meaning, in their next 6 games, 5 of them are against playoff teams. And why is that important? Because the Bears had 1 win versus a winning team, and that was Pittsburgh, who did not play Aaron Rodgers. So I just bring that up because even though they're in a comfortable spot, they are 2.5 ahead of the Cowboys. That could get into trouble territory real quick. And look at the Packers; they are 2 games ahead of the Cowboys. That's it. And if they lose to Detroit, the Cowboys win, they're a game back. Okay, so even the Packers have work to do. San Francisco has an easier schedule, so that's the thing why I don't really get into them. So the point, though, is that the Cowboys still have a lot to play for. And what I was about to say is, if they can win against the Chiefs, and this is it for them. If they lose to the Chiefs, it's back to being, but it was such a big win for them to come back against the Eagles the way that they did, down 21-0 against the defending Super Bowl champs, that if they win this game against the Chiefs, they become a major story in the NFL this season. After the acquisition of Quinn and Williams, the defense is all of a sudden a major change. They're playing like a defense. They're not playing like an average defense. And with that offense, that makes them a very dangerous team. So that's why I like them here. I think the Chiefs have just not looked like the Chiefs all season. They were very fortunate to beat the Colts last week. They're 1-4 straight up and against the spread as a road favorite this year. Cowboys are 1-0-1 straight up, 2-0 against the spread as a home dog this year against the Packers and the Eagles. Those are good teams. And the Cowboys will be playing a huge game next Thursday night at Detroit. After that, they play the Redskins and the Giants. So at least they get a break there. Chiefs, meanwhile, will be playing Houston and the Chargers in their next 2. It doesn't get any easier. So the Chiefs are no guarantee to make the playoffs. They just aren't. But we'll see. Maybe the win last week will get them going. But at 3.5, I'll take the Cowboys in this one. But this game's going to tell us a lot about both teams. Really will. Are the Cowboys for real? And are the Chiefs back? So we'll see. Now, this one, we really don't have any idea what to expect, do we? With Joe Burrow returning. No idea. But I think Cincinnati is worth a money line play in this one. I really do. Because you're going to get the shot in the arm from Joe Burrow. There's no doubt about that. Chase also is back. So you got Chase and Burrow back. It's a division rivalry. And even though, check this out, even though the Ravens have beaten the Bengals the last 2 years, 4 straight, 3 of the 4 have been decided by 3 or less. Okay. So this has been a close series for most of most of the last couple of years. And even though the Ravens have won 5 straight, they've dropped 2 straight covers to the Jets and the Browns. And they haven't exactly looked like, even though they're winning games, they're beating bad teams. So they haven't really. And look, I'm not saying the Bengals are a good team, but what I'm saying is that they can be vulnerable. And so with Burrow stepping into the lineup, that could make it interesting. And I think it's I think a couple of times this year it might be worth taking a look at the Bengals as a dog. Let me see what the remaining schedule looks like. Because they're at Buffalo next week, so they're going to be at another dog level. Then they return home against Baltimore, but that's it. So really, these next 2 weeks will be the best chance to take advantage of the Bengals as a significant dog with Burrow, and both Baltimore and Buffalo are vulnerable. So I'd take a stab at that. Maybe you hit one of them. Okay, next up. Bears and Eagles on Friday. Yeah, look, I am a little bit concerned with the number being 7, but since the Eagles are coming off a loss, maybe not so. I think the Bears are also due for a bad one, especially they were pretty fortunate in some of these wins. They very fortunate to beat the Giants. Probably had no right win in that game if Dart doesn't go out. In the Raider game, they probably had no right winning. So they've had some wins over bad teams that they probably shouldn't have won. But that's what coaching will do. That's the difference between Ben Johnson and Matt Eberflus. The Eagles, check this out. They're 14-1 against the spread when they take on an opponent off back-to-back straight up ATS wins. And they're 1-0 in that role this year. But you know why they're that good? Because Nick Sirianni is 13-0 all time in that role. So he's basically been the reason that they're in that role. And they're 1-0 this year, 13-0 when they take on an opponent off back consecutive straight up ATS wins. So that's pretty impressive. That means, hey, every time Nick Sirianni, every time he takes on a team coming in on a nice little tiny streak, a minimum streak at that, because 2 could be 10, could be 6. They're able to cover. So, again, considering they're coming off a loss, I think they'll be fired up to go out there and get on the winning side. So, for the Bears, meanwhile, this is going to be a big one. This is going to really, for once and for all this year, tell us whether or not this team is for real. All right, so that's it for the Thursday, Friday games. Now let's go into Sunday, starting with the Rams in Carolina. And the Rams have a perfect road favorite mark since last year. They're 8-0 as a road favorite since last year. 4-0 last year, 4-0 this year. They're given 10 in this spot. Carolina gets off to a pretty good start at home this year, and they struggle on the road, sort of like last year. And then all of a sudden, the last month, it's changed. Better on the road, weaker at home. Last 2 home games, they lost both of them, straight up ATS. They lost by 31 to the Bills, and they lost to the Saints. So a good reason why I think taking the Rams, not a bad idea. Also, Bryce Young, even though he did finally beat a winning team when they won that game against the Packers, he is still now just 1-12 straight up in his career against winning teams, 4-8-1 against the spread. I'll take the Rams because, heck, how do you not take the Rams? Houston and the Colts, 4.5. And are the Colts going to feel some pressure now? They were an insurmountable lead, it looked like they had, to win this division. And now all of a sudden, here comes Jacksonville and Houston, because they've also started to struggle a bit, losing a couple here. So, wow. Matter of fact, check this out. In Indianapolis's last 6 games of the season, 4 will be against Jacksonville and Houston. Timing is interesting. Houston, all of a sudden, even they're on a 3-game winning streak. No word yet on Stroud. Let's see. Davis Mills has been doing a decent job as the backup. Let me see. CJ Stroud. What do we got here? Anything new? We'll see. Yeah, we know he'll start when cleared. Oh, full participation in Wednesday's practice. That sounds good for CJ Stroud fans. Okay. Houston is 11-2 straight up in the last 13 division games. And they're also 3-0 straight up in the last 3 versus the Colts. Indy, meanwhile, this is their first home game at Lucas Oil since October 26th. That was over 5 weeks. They will counter Houston with 7 of 8 spread covers, 7-1 ATS last 8 versus division opponents, including 2-0 this year, but that was against the Tennessee both games. And Indianapolis, in their last 6 games, I told you 4 against Jacksonville. You know the other 2? Seattle and San Francisco. Colts better watch out. I like Houston in this one. Colts feeling the pressure. San Francisco is a 4.5-point favorite against Cleveland. We've done this role here for the Browns for this a couple times this season, and I think we're going to still stick with that. And what is that role? Well, Kevin Stefanski is 2-14 against the spread all time as a dog, coming off a straight-up ATS win, taking on an opponent with a win percentage of 500 or better. He's 0-2 in that role already this year. Again, 2-14 all time. So coming off the win against Las Vegas, I'll take San Francisco minus the 4. They have covered all 4 of their games this year as a road favorite. Keep an eye on the weather. It's supposed to be some rain, maybe even some wind, or some wind and maybe some rain. Jacksonville's a 6.5-point favorite against Tennessee. I think Jacksonville's definitely the way to go here. Similar to the Colts, Jags, 4 of their last 6 are in the division, but while 2 are against the Colts, 2 are against Tennessee, including this one, of course. They are 5-1 straight up, 4-2 against the spread, their last 6 versus Tennessee. Tennessee, meanwhile, 2-17 in the last 19 straight up versus division opponents, 0-4 this year. And 3-13 against the spread in the last 16, 1-3 this year. So I think Jacksonville is clearly the play. They've gotten right back into winning ways, winning the last 2, and it's not asking much to win by just 6. Miami and the Saints in this one. Miami 5.5-point favorite now, down from 6, coming off a bye. Definitely playing their appears to me to be their best football of the year, actually. Saints, meanwhile, they're just Tyler Shuck, get him some experience. Devin Neal will get some experience, taking over for Kamara here. I have no. I mean, this Dolphins probably the pick here, but I mean, you got better options. Tampa Bay, only now a 2-point favorite here at home against Arizona. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I mean, this is Arizona. Why are they getting so much respect here? I mean, this is a 3-win football team. They've lost their last 3 by a 112-68 margin. I don't get it. I guess they're looking at the fact that they've actually played better on the road than at home. They're 2-3 straight up, 4-1 against the spread. And they've also covered 9 straight on the road off back-to-back straight-up losses versus a non-division team. But still, Godwin came back last week. Irving's supposed to come back this week. There's Bredesen, Reddick, and Dean are practicing. They're close to returning. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I like Tampa Bay here. I don't know why this is only 2.5. Let me see if there's any. And it was 3 the other day, and there weren't any bad injury updates for Tampa Bay. So I'm a little bit surprised that this line is the way that it is. Let's see. Baker, we know, okay. Mixed injury notes. I mean, they're getting mixed, but I haven't heard anything that says that they're not playing. That's the only thing that I'd keep an eye on. I mean, obviously, you don't know about Baker, and that's a big difference if it's Teddy Bridgewater. But I wouldn't worry about Irving being out either. I mean, Tucker's done just fine. So, yeah, it's Arizona we're talking about. We're not talking about a playoff team. Atlanta's a 2.5-point favorite against the Jets. I actually think the Jets might be a pretty good pick here. Atlanta, had a win against the Saints last week, and the Jets are kind of like the Saints, but I do think the Jets are better than the Saints. But check this out. Atlanta has dropped. Where are we? Let's get this out of the way. Atlanta has dropped 9 straight covers off of a double-digit straight-up win. So that's exactly where we are here. And I think that's one reason I think the Jets might be a good play. Also, the Jets in the last 6 games have covered 5 out of 6. So they continue to play hard and with purpose, even if they lose. But it's only 2, so it's not a lot there. Also, it's just like Cleveland, cold, might rain, Atlanta indoor team. So keep that in mind. Okay, next up. Minnesota, Seattle. And this line just keeps getting bigger and bigger as it should. Seattle's the obvious play. Right now, Minnesota, look, I don't know if J.J. McCarthy, you don't know if he's going to play because of his concussion. Let's see if there's been any updates. Limited. Everybody needs to calm down. Yeah, I know where that's going. Let's see what this says. Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones back J.J. McCarthy. Let's see. Amid the likelihood that McCarthy will miss the game, which is probably why the line has gone up a little bit, they have not lost faith. Jefferson described McCarthy's debut as tough, but predicted improvement in the future. It's early. He's new to the game, new to the NFL. He's learning just like everyone else has learned as a rookie. Had to go through the mental stage of having to overcome an injury the first year. I feel like just him learning these past couple of games, of course, learning during the stretch of the season, he's going to bounce back in a different way than everybody else is going to think so. Ask if he will bounce back. Just talking to him and seeing the arm talent he has, seeing his composure, seeing the confidence he comes with every single day. Of course, seeing the poise he has throughout the game. He's relentless. He's confident to go out there. He just has to carry it on throughout the week to week. Just show up on Sundays with that mentality that he's been having the whole entire week. Jones said he's proud of the way he's been dealing with the adversity. I told him that the ones who counted you out, they're going to have to recount. I've had Hampton on my fantasy team all year, and it's been killing my team. Okay. So, yeah, it's looking right now like we could see Max Brosmer out there. That could be really ugly. And Seattle, here's another reason why it could be pretty ugly. Sam Darnold gets to play against the team that said, nah, we're not interested. So how do you think that might go? Chargers and the Raiders. And this line is 9.5. Yeah, some interesting things here. The Chargers are 0-2 against the spread as a favorite by more than 3 this year. But against Las Vegas, they've won and covered their last 3 by a 76-39 margin, including 20-9 week 2. They're also 7-0-2 against the spread the last 9 before they play a Monday Night Football game. They're 1-0 already this year. That's kind of strange. What are one of those playbook Mark Lawrence specials? Don't forget to buy those if you haven't already. If you just, for some reason, if you just don't want to buy it this year, make sure you buy it next year. Chargers have a really tough schedule the rest of the way. Man, they got tough games coming up. So they're going to want to dispatch of this one easy. All right, Buffalo and Pittsburgh. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what you're going to get out of either one of these teams. And we don't even know if Aaron Rodgers is going to play. Keep an eye on the weather again in this one. Cold, rainy possibility. So, yeah, let me see if there's been an update on Aaron. Aaron Rodgers. Mixed signals. Yeah. Should resume practicing Thursday. Well, there you go. That's what's going to be it. Just keeping an eye on whether he practices on Thursday. I'll tell you right now, without Aaron Rodgers, I'd definitely be all over Buffalo. But with Aaron Rodgers, I'm still taking Buffalo. But I don't know how you can be confident with Buffalo right now. Denver, why is this line dropping? Washington, they've lost 6. Check this out. Before the going into both teams coming up buys, before going into the bye, Washington was 0-6 straight up and ATS in the last 6. Denver is on an 8-game win streak. They won the stats in all 8 with a 5-3 ATS record, which is not great when you won 8 straight, but it's still okay. The only negative mark that might be scaring people off is they have dropped both covers as a road favorite this year. And they're 0-13 against the spread as a favorite off of a straight-up ATS division home win. Meaning that when they come off an impressive, important division home win, every division home game is important, and you win that game, and you cover it, so it's an impressive win, you follow that up when you're supposed to win the next game with a down performance. So that might be it. And then finally, Monday Night Football, Giants and Patriots. Looks like Jackson Dart should be available. That's important because the Giants are playing some pretty good football, even though they can't win. They've lost their last 3 in the final minute. So they've covered all 3. And of course, they had the loss against the Lions last week in overtime. And all 3 were the NFC North teams. Well, now they're an AFC East team that's won 9 straight, but the Patriots are 1-3 ATS last 4. So there's a lot of understanding here of why the Giants could be the play here at plus 7.5. Keep an eye on Jackson Dart. Okay, so that is going to wrap it up for our marathon 5-hour show. This is the longest show I've ever done in my career. And almost out of, I have to recharge my lights. Oh, that one already went out. So thanks for tuning in, whoever's still here. And it's right now Thanksgiving. It's been Thanksgiving for 45 minutes. So happy Thanksgiving to anybody that is still watching live or that's just tuned in the last few minutes. And I'll see everybody on Friday on the Playbook ATS podcast. Again, we're going to be on at 4:30 Eastern time. It's Jim Feist, Mark Lawrence, Andy Iskoe. I will be there, and we'll take a look at the NFL and college football. Of course, there'll be a lot of college football going on Friday already. I've got the horse racing going on. We just did that show earlier today. So I might have to, matter of fact, is that going to be during the show? If you're into horse racing, that's available on the network. We just went over games. It might be, yeah. We got one race is at 5:25, the other's at 5:54. So I'm going to have to finagle my way there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on Friday with the NFL game, the college football games, and then we'll be on the air. So who knows? We might even start a little earlier at 4:00. And then check out our Penn State pregame show too. The boys will update you on what's going on with the Penn State Rutgers game on Friday. So we'll have 2 shows on Friday, and then that'll be it for the rest of the week. Again, don't forget the possibility of us doing something on Saturday or Sunday, Saturday night, who knows, maybe even Sunday, to kind of update as quickly as possible what's happening. If not, then check out next week's schedule, because I'm not sure. It'll be the first week that the college football regular season will be over. And that means I might be able to maybe do the show on Monday if I don't do it over the weekend, where we can wrap up everything that went on. I probably stay away from that though, because we tried some of that earlier this year and it didn't go very well traffic wise, because I think most people were just expecting us to preview games and give picks and things of that nature, or at least update all the trends and the odds. So I get that. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just throwing it out there that we'll make some changes with the regular season, which takes up a lot of my time and a lot of the content, meaning I'll be able to deviate and talk about other things. So we'll see. But that's why you need to subscribe to the channel, because you never know when we're going to pop in a show live and you'll be notified. Also, don't forget, if you want to check out the YouTube memberships, just hit the join button. We'll see you guys again after Thanksgiving on Friday at 4 or 4:30 Eastern time on the Playbook ATS podcast. So again, have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. It's a great time of year, and we'll see you again real soon.